Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, April the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Carrie. All right, guys. So what is happening this morning? First of all, just to get this out of the way, the trade of the week is NEO. That's that free service we offer. Suggested entry is when the market opens, okay? 1575. I know it popped up to 16. There's no volume yet. And again, you trade it the way you see fit if you take it at all. So the suggested entry though is 1575, and that is NEO. Now, BLBX absolutely went insane. I was surprised to see it kept running and running and running. This is on merger news after the company announced it entered a letter of intent to merge with EvTech. Okay, I don't know EvTech at all, but low float, 1.6 million in the float, had earnings. Not that matters at all. Had earnings Friday afternoon after the market closed. So this is why this has popped up. I don't see any of the terms of this potential merger agreement. This is not shortable for me. I was really hoping it was, but it is not shortable for me. And another big merger here. RXDX, RXD or buyout, I guess. Better not a merger, but a buyout by Merck. RXDX buying this company. Look at this premium, 69%. Wow. So that's a buyout. And another, I don't know if this is a buyout or another merger. STSA. STSA. After acquisition. So this is an acquisition by Shin Nippon. Okay. So Satsuma skyrockets after acquisition by Shin Nippon. And again, I don't know if it's an all cash or stock, half cash, half stock. Just one moment, please. Give me one moment, please. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Thanks. All right, guys. Sorry about that. So where was I? I was on those mergers and buyouts. So let's take it now. The AI stocks that were ripping higher or in play last week, mainly Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Not so much right now, though BFRX is still actually BFRX. I almost shorted this. There were shorts available. There were about 14,000 shorts available earlier. Not BFRX, BFRG, of course, BFRG. And I was watching this. Are they still available here? Yeah, 21,000. So some shorts have been came up this morning because I don't think last week there were very many shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I can't speak for other brokerages, of course, but anyway, I was watching this sync here, thinking, man, should I hop on this short? And but I didn't. Anyway, it is now starting to move again. BFRG. Okay, this is the only one that I can see. It's actually kind of moving right now of all those crazy AI plays from last week. But of course, we've got to keep watching them and see what happens. CFRX is a low float play. So we've got the combination now of these AI plays and low float plays. Another low float play, 1.5 million. I don't see any news for this one. I don't see any news at all, but it's a low float, 1.5 million, up 153%, maybe getting into some resistance. Yeah. So, Miguel, if you're new to trading and all, this is not the type of forum where we or anybody else is going to say, "Yeah, you should buy this." I can give you a little training course that you can take a look at, free, and you can start from there. Because there's a lot to trading rather than just having somebody tell you what to buy or sell. A very bad idea just to follow somebody. PTPI. Oh, okay, so this is gapping down. So yeah, that's right. This was one of those ones that got up to about 850 last week, but then pulled right back, closed at 458, starting to gap down a little bit. There's no news on this one. Can't remember actually if there was any news for this pop here. PRST, PRST. The RST is gapping up. Look at these gaps, guys. I mean, like 72%, 9.7 million have traded already, 27 million in the float. And again, I see no news on this one, the RST. I'm not saying there isn't some news somewhere. I just don't have the time. All I can do is look at headlines, and if I don't see a headline on it, I have to just move on. Now, interesting, XPAV. This is gapped higher, and it's holding its gap. They say that they have stunning cost savings. That's my headline. Stunning cost savings for XPAV. And this has dragged LI up also. Okay, there's LI. NIO, not as much. It is up, but not as much. I'm just looking at the three big China EV players. So NIO is nowhere near like the other two, but especially XPAV. They are the ones that had the headline saying we are now having or we're able to make some stunning cost savings. BTU, wow, yeah, big pop up for BTU. Announce now this is obviously an up to $1 billion buyback plan. An up to, I don't think it doesn't mean they're going to commit to $1 billion, but they're authorized to buy up to $1 billion of their stock, BTU. CNSP, still up 50%. It's pulled back quite a bit though, 650 down to 3, well, quite a bit, huge. And again, I'm sorry, I can't see any news on them. It's just another low float situation, 1 million in the float, already traded almost 10 million. So I think it's just one of those We're in another low float mania for a while. Probably this is another one. NXTP, NXTP, NXTP. Probably another low float. Yeah, 4.4 million, 35%. Um, again, no news that I can see. Again, this is what I'm doing, guys. I'm just looking at these headlines here. A lot of times, obviously, if something is moving, you'll see the headline and some kind of an explanation, either earnings play or something. But I'm just not seeing anything. I think it's just low float mania. CNSP filled out a Form 4. Okay. DFLI, DFLI, Dragonfly, another one that is 36%, big volume. Well, the theme of the day is big moves, low float, no news. And then Roblox, yeah, RBLX. So there is news. There is a reason for this drop. RBLX, there is a reason. They reported March 2023 key metrics. Okay. So even though you look at this and it says up 26% year over year, I don't even have to read anymore. Doesn't make, I don't care what they're saying. This is what the market's saying. Boom, at 45 down to 39. It's popped. It's looks like it founded it a little bit of a base here. And last one. Now, somebody said last week that this was an AI play. It's a pharma. Maybe they're using AI to help whatever the heck they do. Okay, but this is actually an earnings play. Oh, it's an earnings play. Okay, this is actually an earnings play today. I can't imagine that. Well, at least we say it's an earnings play, but I have a feeling. I think somebody said this was also an AI play, even though it doesn't. I mean, it's a pharma. I get it, but maybe they're using AI and another crazy low float. XPEV buyout. Why are you saying that? Unless that just hit. Why are you saying that XPEV is a buyout, Coffee? I don't see anything that's saying it's a buyout. All I see is that they've announced quote unquote stunning cost savings. I don't see that it's a buyout. Okay, how about that? Are we good now? Are we good now? Hmm. Well, interesting. I didn't do anything. I just turned my mic on and off, but okay. Well, I don't know where I stopped then, guys. I probably went through a bunch of stocks. We talk about XPEV. Coffee was talking about an XPEV buyout. Did you hear my explanation? No, it's not a buyout or anything like that. It's just news that they're released. At any rate, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. This is the first day in which I've seen more downgrades than upgrades in a while. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Anything by Goldman, maybe, or some stock being multiply upgraded or downgraded. Don't see any. I do hear Mara guy, so I guess Bitcoin is sliding a bit underneath 30K. I don't know. I haven't looked at what the price is, but I'm assuming that maybe it's under 30K again. I'm hearing Mara and Riot kind of sliding a bit. They started sliding on Friday. Okay, now let's take a look at some of the, I haven't, I'll paste the upgrades and downgrades in the main room in a minute here. I'm just getting them into our room first. And nothing is really jumping out at me in terms of an upgrade or a downgrade. Let's see, Meta is being downgraded by, I don't know who New Street is, but they're downgrading Meta. All right, let me get these now into the main room. Now, it is interesting what's happening with Google guys, and I was talking to somebody over the weekend, and what was the news? Samsung is replacing Google with Bing. Is that correct? That was the news. So it was interesting. I was talking to somebody on the weekend, going back a few years, obviously, where it just seemed like Yahoo would be the search engine forever. Did you Yahoo now or whatever they used to say? And then all of a sudden, this little upstart called Google took over. Strange name, funny name. And of course, at this point, you would think there's no way there can be any other search engine that will ever really replace Google in a big, big way. I know Bing's been around, but who knows? Maybe Bing will supplant Google. And of course, with all this chat GPT fever right now. I mean, that's going to be obviously whatever search engine really adopts it in the best way or creates it in the best way, that will be the winner for a while. I don't know if the banks are doing well. I think Schwab had earnings. SCHW. Schwab had earnings. Well, it's funny because when I first saw it, it was had lifted up to about $53. I know somebody posted some news. There's no plausible scenario where the company would have to sell securities to meet liquidity. But the fact that he has to say that, come out and say that, always a bit of a a bit of a red flag. Profits rise, but deposits continue to fall. Okay, so obviously when it was first released, all anybody was looking at, I suppose, was the profits rising, but revenues, but the deposits continue to fall. So that's Schwab, guys, SCHW. Let's take a quick look. Bing is Microsoft. That's Edge or Microsoft's Edge or whatever. Yeah, I've never used it. Never used it. I always keep using the evil Google, but um, let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, Docked Channel Bar, Show More, and then get to the sector status. I probably won't have time to look at the 200-day moving averages, but let's just take a look. As I say, the market is basically flat right now. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 35% in green. What does that mean? It means that 35% of the stocks are up from Friday's close, or conversely, 65% of them are down. Okay. And again, 65% down doesn't mean they're cratering down. They could be down like 0.00001%, and it's going to be in that 65%. So um, yeah, I mean, the market is just flat. I mean, I'm looking at the SPYs up like 0.04, so almost no point in looking at these right now. Let's see if anything is sneaking in here. Well, CADL, C-A-D-L, C-A-D-L, 101,000 shares. Let's see, 15.9 million. Okay, so at least there is some news. All right, getting fast. FDA gives them Fast Act designation in non-small cell lung cancer. Okay, so fast track designation. Now, for me, of course, I'm just going to be all eyes on my 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. All for me, concentrating almost solely on this and on the options plays. Okay, we'll be getting more and more option plays because we're getting more and more into earnings season, and that's kind of my focus. And of course, those are two scans that I am sharing. And they do not give too many alerts all day long, which is what I want. And tech, yeah, tech I think had a big upgrade, right? Tech, TECK, raised to $50 from 48. All right, not a huge move by benchmark. Decline, and okay, so I'm assuming Bitcoin is under 30,000 again. 29.30. Thank you, Phil. That's what I assumed with the some like the Maras and the riots, and of course BITO itself, Bitcoin ETF. You can see what's happening. So a nice little run for a few days, broke out of here, well, 4 days above this area. But however, look at today. So the RBLX, so it looks like, what did it get down to? Because the 200-day moving average is 38.55. What did it get to? Not quite. Within $1 of that 200-day moving average. And now it is above the VWAP. 4050 is, well, it's right at the VWAP. So right now we're kind of in between the VWAP. I'm sorry, 4060, the VWAP's at 4050. So, but let's call it, we're kind of in between the VWAP and that 200-day moving average for RBLX. So CFRX, is it still holding? Not bad. I mean, it had a big pop to 299. It came all the way back down to 160. I mean, it's always a little troubling when that happens. Back up to 243, low float on no news that I can see. Or is this the one that, is this the one, Casa, you've been talking about a Form 4? No, that was CNSP. So I don't see any news on CFRX other than the fact that this is obviously was a reverse split at some point. There's no way this was up at 361. That is reverse split adjusted. Getting into potential resistance area around that 255. Not shortable for me at interactive brokers. Another AI play, NIR. So yeah, right now anyway, the AI plays are not the place to be right now. Now I could change in 5 minutes. Take a look at CXAI. CXAI. That was the absolute crazy one, really. Got up to $70 pre-market on Friday morning. Uno minuto. Okay, thank you, William. Actually, less than that. So we have about 15 seconds before the market opens, everybody. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Let's have a great start to this trading week. I say the market will open in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. KWE, I don't think I saw this one. KWE, what's happening with it? KWE. OBLG was a crazy one Friday afternoon. Another low float, and no news, but it is, it's barely up right now. And there's the KRBP. I don't know how to read this BLBX. I know it's showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but it's a merger. So be careful with that one. And we have our first halt of the week. OMH got halted on the way down, I guess. CNSP on the move here. CNSP on the move. But again, that had a big pullback. You got up to 642, all the way back down to, 339. 339, almost cut in half from the highs in the pre-market. So you got to, have to have a lot of confidence when something like that happens. ROIV, Shady mentioning this one, ROIV. Big float, 400 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it, but up 11% now. And here's your retraction. 820 is the next high looking left. I mean, it's If it can ever get through that, then the next highs are almost up to 9 for ROIV. Well, I don't think it's a reverse split today, though, BLBX. But it's a merger today anyway. I don't think it's a reverse merger with EVTech. Whoa, FRC. So this bank here, the FRC is almost a lifetime low now, guys. FRC is almost a lifetime low. All right, KRBP is showing up on the 10-day daily, but it's early. The 10-day daily break out, but it is early. But it looks good. It looks like it's going to rip. KRBP. So if you're a little less conservative than I am, this is what I'm talking about, guys. There's the alert, 6:33. It's at 6:55 now. Fisker, FSR moving down. This is an all-time low now for Fisker, FSR. Well, it's getting hit hard here. Fisker's getting hit hard here. FSR. This TIO was in the momentum scan last week. TIO. TIO. Yeah, I mean, it says it's an all-time high, but I doubt it. Probably symbol name change or something like that. But here's TIO, the Tingo group. All right, CFRX. Okay, CFRX. Next high looking left is in that 330, 340 mark, I think. So, but first it's got to take out 3. Fisker guys, FSR just getting crushed here. Okay, so far CFRX is blew through three like nothing. Again, I don't see any news on it. I think it's just one of these low floats that is in fashion right now. Look at Fisker guys, FSR just getting nailed here. And you had the alert at 492. So what do we have here for this? Sorry, the CFRX. Looks like the next high is around 370-ish or so. If it can maintain over 3. Running up. DRMA on the move here. DRMA on the move. Dr. MA, let's see, Dermata. So 179 is the next, or 182 or so is the next high. 180 is the next high looking left for this one. It actually spiked up to 208 in the pre-market. Whoa, there goes CFRX, guys. Sounds like a radio station. Mm, bullfrog on the move here. I mean, these are the. This one is the only one that I can see that had somewhat a legitimate press release on this day. Teaming up with Johns Hopkins, saying they will use their AI technology, or if that's the right term, and that was the spike up to 950, but it did close down here at 588, and then it moved all the way back down to 4. But at least this one had some news that you can point to. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room, what's the difference in DR momentum up and momentum up? DR stands for don't repeat. Okay, so what you're seeing here, look at DRMA as an example. So what this is telling me is that at 936, we had an alert, the price was 148. That's the only time you're going to see this and this don't repeat. Here it's going to repeat every time it makes a new high. Okay, so this allows you to kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from the first alert? That's why I like to organize it that way, so you can kind of see, again, what did it do? So here's, so there's a DRMA. Well, here's DNMR now. 442 was the alert. It's at 445 now. It just gives you an idea about, well, how, I hate to use the term how good were the alerts, but what happened after the alert? Yeah, I'm not sure that we saw any news on CNSP E2020, EE 2020. Or wait a minute, that I think that's the one that CASA said some kind of a Form 4 filing. But be really careful here. 647 on the high in the pre-market, and it is just basically dropping. Yeah, GFAI, you're right. GFAI is having a nice pop. So what did I say? Wait 5 minutes and maybe these AI plays will start to get rolling again, and here they go. Well, this one anyway. And yeah, BBAI actually showed up on my options plays. But why wouldn't I take it? Well, I'm looking left and there's this 350. Looks like it could be pretty tough resistance for BBAI. CFRX, guys, CFRX after a little pullback. But look at this, CFRX 284 on the alert, 340 now. And here's a good example of a don't repeat. Same thing, 10-day daily breakout, don't repeat, DR. There's the first time, this is the first time this was alerted. At 933, the price was 284. When you look left, this is the repeating version. And you can see how well it's done since that first alert. You notice that I do that a lot. I always like to have the don't repeat beside the repeating version to see how well, like what happened after that first alert. The other thing is that if I miss something, I can always go back and click on it and say, okay, did it move much? For instance, KRBP, did it move much from 633? Now I know it got up to 657. I remember seeing it. So it's pulled back now quite a bit. Now, maybe later on, though, maybe it comes back up to 633. So what I do is maybe I'll put an alert around 615, price alert around 615, and see if it, starts moving up again. And then I just forget about it. And PTPI resumption. So what happened on the resumption? Look at the SPY here, guys. Look at our schizo. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had an hour and 15 minutes down. Oh, Manu is getting hit here. Of course, this is in the news, seems like, well, every day about a potential buyout by some group, Manchester United. Now, my problem with trying to short this one right now is 1961. Look at that weekly chart. Right around 1960. If it takes that out, wow, look underneath 1281, guys. Really keep an eye on this Manu if it takes out 1960. MANU. In fact, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert right around, say 1947. I mean, that is a big potential move. I mean, if it takes out that 1960, I mean, just look left on that weekly chart. The next low is 1271. This is when it all started, all the rumors about being bought out by somebody. Okay, so now this one just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout, the MCRB. MCRB just showed up. Very choppy looking daily chart, though, like really ugly looking. The only positive I can see about this one, if it can really start to break out, the next highs are just a little over 7, so that would have some room. Excuse me, but looking at that weekly chart, hopefully you can see on that weekly chart all the action seemed to stall right around 719. So, but from 739 to 719 would be obviously a great move. So far, this 1960 level for Manu, MANU, is holding so far. SPR guys, these are the ones that got absolutely beaten up on Friday with this Boeing news. So it is having a bit of a bounce, well, not a bit of a one. It's having a nice bounce back day so far. The high on Friday was 3076. Boy, look at BBAI guys. Now this came from my options scanner. Okay, options plays as I call it. It's not trading options. It's just showing you stocks having abnormal option activity today. Okay. So 934, the alert, 337 was the price, and we can see what happened from there. Now the FRC is that bank. I'm going to watch to see if it takes out 1273 later on again. So this is on the downside in yellow, upside in green. And again, I am sharing that scan. Yeah, PRST on the move. Yes. Again, no news that we could see on this one. I don't think anyway. PRST, and it's not a. I mean, it's a low float, but it's not crazy low. Presto Automation, and your fantasy level will be way up here at around 432 when you look left on the daily. Now look at look at the SPY guys, that first 15-minute candle, excuse me, that first 15-minute candle, nice green all the way up, being wiped out now by the second one so far. SONM, another cheap one, just over $1. SONM, and to back this weekly chart out, yeah, 158. So that week, it's over a year ago. Over a year ago, this stock spiked up to about 158. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 131. So, I mean, if it got from 111 to 131, that'd be a nice percentage move. Definitely a nice break on the daily chart, breaking out of all this. Wonder if there's any news on this one. So there is news. I mean, they do have some news. Bags a $14.7 million new tablet order. Okay. And, low float, 19 million. And there's the XPAV on the move, guys, with their stunning cost savings announcement. This headline doesn't say the stunning. There was another headline that said a stunning. Well, it's pretty awesome though. If that's the case, the research and development cycle by 20%. And the PRST, I mean, again, showed up here. I know Shady was talking about it earlier, but 946 at 268 and gets up to 334. Okay, guys, MCRB is on the move. I mean, it's choppy looking daily, but it's breaking out. It's over these little levels now. The next high is around 678, and it has a shot if it continues to that 7 level. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that it has a shot to the 7 level, MCRB, if it can continue. And I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. Yeah, this is not a low float. 94 million in the float. It is not a low float. Here's one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, guys. VIAV. And this is not an all-time low, but VIAV showing up. MCRB is now showing up on my options play also. So we've got sort of the double dose here, guys. 10-day daily breakout, 648, and also in the options plays. Almost like a little confirmation. Oh man, guys, there's in the 10-day daily breakout. So now this CNSP, guys, the CNSP. Now this is a low float, 1 million in the float. Got up to, what do we say, 650 in the pre-market. Now I'd wait on this one, of course, but this is what I'm talking about. Again, these are ideas, right? When you get an alert in here, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. They are ideas. So there's the CNSP at 403. You can kind of see, and it popped up at 422. Let's see if it gets over 415 again as an example and starts to run. Traders will be looking at what happened in the pre-market when it got up to 647. I did see this one in the pre-market, but then it just drifted all the way down. But this KWE, see if there's any news on this one. Probably not. 3 million in the float. I don't see any news on this one, the KWE. I think somebody said MRAI did a financing, I think. Yeah, they did a financing, $7.4 million public financing. That was, well, it hit IB at 8, my Interactive Brokers headline at 8:12 Eastern Time. So it's definitely a financing. So that has wrecked this one for a while anyway. Yeah, in my opinion, the AI plays are kind of dead right now. Well, we already saw CX. What was the other one that did the financing on the one that started it all on Friday? I don't think it was CXAI. There was another one that did a financing on Friday that kind of ruined all the AI plays. I just can't remember which one it was. Unless it was MRA, this might be older news. Somebody will know. There was one AI play that in the pre-market on Friday announced a financing, and it kind of put a damper on most of the AI stocks. ID, thank you very much, SK. You're absolutely right. It's IDAI. So IDAI started the ball rolling on doing a financing Friday, pre-market at least. You can see what happened if I just back this. You can see what happened right there. This is this tan area right here. That's Friday pre-market. And you can see before they did the financing, this thing was ripping higher all the way up to 851. They announced a financing, goes from 745, well, to what it is now. Okay, so yeah, definitely running the risk of all these little so-called AI companies doing financings. So I'd never be holding them, never be holding them. I would look at them after. Rev B, you mentioned Rev B. Yes, I saw this one on Friday. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, a little bit of a move on Friday for this Rev B. Um, so we had the alert in the momentum scanner at 143, well, 944, all times Eastern. 143 was the price, and now it's at 165. Did hit. I didn't talk about this one in the pre-market because, yeah, it did pop up to 246 and then it came right back down to 120. I mean, these are terrible, terrible sell-offs. Not very hard to get a lot of confidence behind taking these sort of trades when they sell off so much. But there's the VWAP 153, so it's a little bit above the VWAP now. Rev B. REVB. All right, guys, let's see now. BGXX just showed up at 951, but you can see, looking left, it did not make any new highs from there, 171. But, boy, look at this BGXX. So let's back this weekly chart out a little bit so we can see what the next highs are. 184, if I can somehow get through 184, 240 is the next high. Not a low float, and this is actually an earnings play after hours today. So it's had a nice little run from $1 to 170 over last week, and then including today. MMV, another low float China stock, MMV with a multi metaverse holdings. Okay. Um, I mean, it has room, I guess, to the 164 level if it gets going for MMV. Spirit's coming back. SPR over 29 now, over 29 SPR. Again, the next high looking left is 30.80, 30.79 or so. So it's got about a dollar, what, 60 or so to that level. Again, not saying it's getting there. All right, so things have really settled down now for me in terms of the number of alerts. Not getting too many more right now. WINT halted because of volatility. So let's take a look at this one. WINT, Windtree. Let's see. Wow, low float, 662. There was some news pre-market for this thing. Announced the issuance of a patent from European Patent Office. On the daily chart, well, let's see what happens when this opens up. This could go crazy. Let's think, well, it's going to go crazy. The next high is looking left, 660, 633. Looks like a couple of highs right around there on the daily chart, between 630 and 640. This is what we see, Interactive Brokers. So there's your halt at 552. It is for W. You can't see the symbol here, but it is WINT. And here's a projected open of 6. Okay. Doesn't mean that's going to hold. This is a 5-minute halt. This will open at 10:0. Sorry, 10 o'clock plus. So it's not. So it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So this will look like it'll be at least, well, a multiple of 5. So this could be a 10-minute halt. So that means 10:05 plus 16 seconds. People, if you're in this one, you're wanting this to open desperately now. You don't want to see this starting to drift down towards the halt price. Again, this blue box here, window here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales. All right, so this company, VIAV, releases earnings on the second, but what they're doing is they're kind of preconditioning the market to not expect a very good earnings release. Okay, this is lowers their preliminary Q3 revenue outlook. Okay, so that is the reason for this drop here. So it may as well be an earnings play. VIAV may as well be for all intents and purposes. And if you look left on the way, this could get really interesting. Trying to see where there is any sort of like next low on a weekly chart. The next low is around 8, and that was on. Have to really try to eyeball this. So that's over 3 years ago. Okay, so this is approaching a 3-year low for VIAV. And there are many, many, many shorts available. I'm sure with most brokerages, there are 7 million at Interactive Brokers. So I'm assuming this has widespread availability of shorts. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert at the low around 890 and see if it takes it out later on. And that is for the VIAV as a potential short later on. Whoa, man, NXTP. Okay. NXTP. NXTP just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout at 2. It showed up here at $1.90 in the momentum scanner. This really, wow, look at this go now, guys. NXTP. Next high looking left. Be careful. I mean, not be careful, but 250. I'm in this one, guys. This, I'm way after the 15 minutes. But I traded out of it in case it doesn't, in case it stalls at that 250 mark. Traded out some of it, I should say. As I said in the pre-market, my number one focus is on my 10-day daily breakout and downs. Number one focus all day. And then number two, my options plays. Okay. And the interesting thing is if I can get some corroboration in the momentum scanners, that's even better. So in other words, if I see the same symbol here as I see in the breakouts, even better. This one has not been a rocket ship, but MRCB is, again, has that room to 7, looking at that weekly chart. So these are pretty quick trades, guys. Got to be nimble. I'm not seeing a lot of big follow through right now for these crazy little ones. Thanks, BJ. Yeah, I understand there was a game tonight. Okay, let's see. Just looking around some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting. Completely out of the NXTP. Again, I'm not seeing a lot of follow through on these little ones today. Okay, so you got to be very quick. Whoa, look at Manu now, guys. Look at Manu, MANU. Critical level for it to try to hold. Otherwise, I mean, this has got nothing but air underneath. Next low looking left on that weekly chart is 1271. So now the only issue with this, of course, is they come out with a press release saying, "Oh, the Glazers or somebody else is maybe they're back in the fray as far as a buy, not a buyout, but a takeover for this team." But this is, you know, I'm sure a lot of people thought it was a done deal right around here, 24, popping up to 27. Just, hang on. Look at this now, 1964 for Manu, MANU. Oh, didn't even see some of these AI plays. Wow, Rev B guys, yeah, Rev B. So this is, I guess, was a pullback play from the AI Rev B. Now you got to be awfully careful with this Rev B with that float. Now it may not be 565,000 shares in the float, but whatever it is going to be very, very low. Let me just do a check on another site to see what they have. Oops, that one. They don't even they have a market cap of 7 million. They don't have any. They don't have float information on that dilution tracker website that a lot of people seem to think is the best. They don't have any float information on that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I had to log in. Okay, so 4.3 million guys. That's what they've got, 4.3 million. So I knew it was going to be low, but it's not insanely low. Now, remember what wow. Remember what I was saying about the WINT when it finally opened? It was a 10-minute halt. WINT, so it was stacking up to be 6. Look at this now, 7. Oh. Now, edit is showing up on the options play, guys. So edit and CRISPR and NTLA last week were all these gene editing stocks were all ripping. My problem with edit, EDIT, is that to me it looks like 870 is too close. So we're at 846 right now. It looks like this could stall it. So I'm not going to take that trade. WINT halted again on the way up. All to do with being issued a European patent. And of course, all to do with the float. Let's see what that website has for WINT. Yeah, it's about the same. So this is an insanely low float. We've got 662,000. That website has 760,000. So I mean, it's very, very close. So very, very low. Anything under a million is crazy, crazy, crazy low. And that's why you can get these massive moves, massive percentage moves in a very short period of time. Hence the halts. Well, the MCRB is still interesting. It still has a little bit of room to seven or so from 660 to 7. Fate in our YouTube room. Fate. Take a look at Fate. FATE. Yeah, Fate is now. Boy, it's ugly. But the next high looking left is around 7 for Fate. If there's any news on it, don't see any news. All right, CNSP right back up, guys. CNSP right back up. And again, look at that. 654 CNSP, really interesting now. Again, took out that what was the and there's Manu, guys. Manu, huge level for it to break. Big, big level for Manu, guys. I mean, look at this. It's wiped out all of this. And now when you look left, look at the room it's got. I'm not saying it's getting down to 1276, but unless they come out with some, you got to be very careful. I mean, they could come out with some more news that, well, wait a minute, maybe there is a group that's going to buy us. CNSP, guys, look at, just put that alert. That's why I'm saying use our price alerts. You get to a certain, like a key level. Boy, active morning. And if you're new to trading, I know this is probably all bewildering, but that's why you've got to practice and you've got to, I put that course in that 101. You can take a look at that. Okay, CBay. What happened with CBay? I saw it in our 10-day. There's a lot of stocks here. Normally there are not this many. Okay, in this 10-day daily breakout, but we've got a lot of stocks in here. Look at Manu. Look at. I mean, there's the original. I did not take it here. 998. Okay. I mean, if I a little more aggressive, that's where I take it. But I did not take it here. But I said if it can get through this right there, that 1963. Look at the room it's got underneath. Oh, guys. And again, this is in the 10-day daily breakdown, 1998. Uh, I have an alert set for the VIAV at I think 890 something or other, 892 if it takes it out later on in the day. Why? Because if you look left, it's got room down to 8. And this one, Fisker, I don't think it actually popped after this. Yeah, it'll pop after this. I mean, it did from 461, it got down to 455, but again, it was early, 935, so that's why I did not really even consider taking it. But look at Manu. Oh my goodness. And then the not in the WINT, but it's not in it. And a confirmation, look at the confirmation in the options play scanner for Manu right here. Okay, 1969. That was just before that magic 1962 level. So they had the first alert, 1998, and then we had a little more confirmation here, 1969 for Manu. And my guess is that certainly more confirmation here, momentum down, 1999. It's all stacking up for a delicious short, guys. It's a great feeling to wake up in the morning and really have something that you really have faith in. That doesn't mean every single alert you get in the breakouts and the breakdowns on the 10-day or in the options play doesn't mean you just pile into the trade immediately. But boy, they give you some great ideas and not like overwhelming. You're not like having 1,000 ideas coming at you all at once. Guys, look at this one, KWE. Mention this one here. I'm not in this one, but 951 was the alert for KWE. The price was 317, and look at it now, got up to 349. These are just really. They can be very quick trades, yes, but look at the percentage moves. What I'd like to see, and last week what was happening in a lot of these, you get a little more trend action. In other words, maybe at least 30 minutes. You get a 30-minute run in some of these stocks. I mean, that's just tremendous action. You don't have to have it all day, but what I'm seeing is, a lot of times it's, the big pop and then it immediately drops. So you've got to be really, really on top of it. Yeah, Shady's mentioning the BBAI. Again, option scanner 337, 371 now, or at least it hit 371. And the edit I didn't like because because I think that this 860 level, which is pretty close to 848, obviously, it could stall it. Meanwhile, PTPI guys, so this is on the way back now. So this hit 854. This hit 854 on Friday. Not saying it's going to get there again, but so it has actually crawled back. It was actually negative when it was down to here, 348. So it's actually crawled back. It is now positive, up 18 cents from Friday's close. Vicky, I haven't had even a chance to really look at the anchored VWAP early. I tend to look at them later on in the day, when there's a lot more data. Okay. Because really, where are you going to anchor early on in the day in the first hour, in my opinion, anyway? So I tend to, when things slow down a little bit towards the end of the day, in the afternoon, that's when I start setting some of the anchors. Oh, Manu. For all you old Mork and Mindy fans, Manu. Yeah, I just really feel, Vicky, it needs more data. If I wanted to put an anchored VWAP right there and the high right there, it's gonna really mirror the VWAP, right? I mean, and so what am I going to do? Maybe put one here? I just think it needs more data to have it realistically show, like try to give us something. All right, AMRX. What is happening with this one? So I look left, I see some, pretty close 164. I mean, if you get really aggressive, and ignore all these little potential roadblocks on the way up, and 255. Okay, so guys, on the menu, some covered some on that 19 break, above the 19 break, got down to 1891. Wow, and look at the potential here, guys. 920. So if anybody was able to get this one, Yeah, you can, PJ. I'm just not, I'm not, how can I say it? Not necessarily comfortable doing it that way. I'm trying to do it more intraday. The thing is that there's just so much happening in the first hour. I don't really have to mess around with anchored VWAPs for me anyway. I, th- so I'm trying to, and I'm waiting this week to see if Michael gets the intraday VWAP, anchored VWAP scans going, and to see where he's anchoring them. I'm not saying you can't do it. Previous days of anchoring the VWAP, and if person can figure out a way to do it to make money, great. But I just too much going on so early that I just don't feel comfortable spending the time trying to figure out where I'm going to put an anchor, even previous days. So you can see the LXRX showed up on the 10-day daily breakout, but look left, 290. I mean, literally the alert was at 289. We got up to 292, so that stalled it right there. And machine, okay, we have the resumption now for WINT. Of course, this is not short. This is insane, guys. I mean, issuing on a issuance of a patent, it's all about that float, and that float is accurate. Okay. I checked another site and they had like 760,000 shares. So, I mean, it's a, very, very low float. I sort of remember they did a reverse split a while back. Oh, there's no question. You can practice swing. Absolutely. I mean, that's what I know you're not a subscriber, but that's what this whole Market Explorer window is with select the strategy. Of course, this is an add-on, but yeah, the anchored VWAP strategies, the daily, the pinch daily, the pullback daily, these are all pinch weekly, pullback weekly, year to date. Okay, these are all swing ideas. Okay, I'm just waiting for the intraday ones that Michael said he thought he could manage to do this for this week. And of course, those are all automatically drawn. That's the beauty of it. That's where Steve found Neo. I don't know if Neo is doing anything yet, but Neo, I don't think it's triggered. Yeah, so it is not triggered. The trigger is 1575. Let's see if I can find it here. New Market Explorer window. I think he was using the pullback. I think. Yes, there it is. So there's Neo. That's why Neil, he was using this to try to figure out so you can see how that line is automatically drawn. That purple line there is automatically drawn. And so you can see Neil pulled back to this level several times. And maybe this is going to hold it and it'll bounce from there. And as I think he says in the email, I mean, you've got a pretty well defined stop, maybe 15, if the trade doesn't work. Meanwhile, KRBP took out I had a price alert set up here for some reason. Yeah, I'm not sure why, because I don't love this daily. Very choppy right there. See, and not halted on the way down yet. Wow. As I say, this is a kind of an extraordinary day, getting so many alerts so early for this 10-day daily breakout. It's not like the market is ripping or anything like that. So and there's that PRST. So this is a great use of the don't repeat versus the repeat. And the other thing is, if when you click on any alert, you're going to get a blue arrow that's going to tell you where the alert happened in terms of the candle. So if you're on a 15-minute chart, it's going to tell you what candle it happened on. If you're on a 5-minute chart, it'll show you that candle, or with the blue arrow. So again, another way in which you can kind of go back and take a look at the don't repeats, and you can see, okay, MCRB, what did it do? So this is pretty visual. You can see there's the alert, that candle, and you can see from that alert, it did very well. So it's another way, instead of having to really even look left to see new high after new high after new high, you just take a look, click on the alert, and see what happened after that alert using that blue candle or that blue arrow. And the arrow being up doesn't mean it's a long, even if like, let me just show you what I mean with the MANU, it's still going to be an up arrow. It's just an indicator. What candle did the alert happen on? And a 15-minute chart. Again, if I had a let me just show you what I mean. So if I had a 5-minute chart up, see, so there's on the 5-minute chart, that's the candle it happened on. If I had a 1-minute chart up or a 2-minute chart, you'd see, the blue arrow where the alert happened. Now, edit is, maybe going to just tear through this area that I thought it might stall, but I just look, I'm too biased. I just look left. I see all these little areas where it could stall. I mean, it may not, but here's this area that's 860, and then we've got 888. We've got all these little areas, but I'd like to see a lot more room looking left before it hits the next highs. But that's just me. All right, guys, let's see. ALGM 4319. You're not interested? Rare 4003. Yeah, a little out of the price range. I don't mind doing this. I know that some of you don't mind playing or trading higher price stocks, so that's why I don't remember what my max is here. Might be 40. Oh, 50. So between 1 and 50. All right, guys, it's 10:40, so I must go over my homepage and all the information you're going to find on it. Okay. continuing to look, of course, at opportunities, but while I'm doing that, over my homepage, certainly if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here is a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, if you're currently a monthly subscriber and you want to go to a yearly subscription, I can give you a 25% off. You just have to let me know. Okay. And here's how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15% right now. Monthly, go monthly. If you don't know this program, do not. Well, okay, let me back that up. If you wanted to, if you were absolutely convinced that you want to take on an annual right now, okay, fine, I can get you a 25%, but again, I don't recommend it. If you're new, you can try us out on a monthly basis. 118, 228, less the 15%. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But again, if you take out a monthly and at some point you want to get an annual, I can get you a 25%. Okay. And the big difference is the AI. AI really, I mean, it had a nice one early in the Rev B. I use it like a watch list and that's it. And okay. So if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes. It talks about your first installation, well, first of all, downloading the product, your first login, etc. Okay. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, this is a free course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay. Free course if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. I've been talking about the trade of the week. It is NEO. It is not triggered, but this is also free. It gets sent to you before the market opens Monday mornings. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Okay, we have a nice user guide. If you click on it, then you're going to see we have that getting started again right there. Hammer that point home. You must do this first. Next, you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is. And if you want to find out more about stock racing, it's right here. I would also take a look at the price alerts. Okay, you see me talk about price alerts, put price alerts, so simple to do on our charts. Okay, if you're not using this feature, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. Getting started again. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that, of course, before I do take my break. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. So you can head over to YouTube to listen to Chris between 12 and 1. Last, here are my scans. So if you want my scans, now if you click on my homepage link, let me just do this again. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So you have to scroll down and then you'll see my scans. Okay. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. These are a couple of races that you can take a look at. But here are my 10-day daily breakout and down, and the option plays right there. Okay. So this is what that looks like. Now, these are all individual, okay? The 10-day daily breakout and they don't repeat. These are individual, so they're not all organized like that in what we call a dock window. And the reason I do that is not everybody wants to short stocks. Not necessarily everybody wants this do not repeat, okay? So you can pick and choose what you want. And then this is what the option scan will kind of look like. Okay, you'll get this. If you want to create the don't repeat version, all you have to do is right click and duplicate it. Okay, and then you right click, go to properties, and there's the don't repeat is right here. And you check it. And now this is a drop down menu. And I pick for a day, but you can pick, if you don't want to see the stock when it makes a new high over and over again, you want to delay it 1 minute or 5 minutes, 15, etc. I do it for the day. Well, that's why this looks like this. Okay. So that's the first alert for BBAI, as I said before, 337. The first alert for edit was at 840. And now it's at 866, but I did not take that trade. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage, click on my homepage, and then, oops, then you can use this code here. And you can also, if you save my link, my homepage link, and you can, of course, take a look at my scans anytime and the education section. Okay, LXRX, what did it do from that first alert? Yeah, well, we thought 292 might stall it. That's kind of what's happened. 290, 292. That's the next left looking, next high looking left. And 290. You can just sort of see all the potential resistance areas for LXRX right around that 3 level. Nothing stopping PRST though. Now this could stall it. Okay, if you look left on this daily chart, 430 or so. What did it get up to? Got up to 413. So right around here. And again, the initial alert right here at 268. And probably earlier, yeah, 229. I mean, that's right at 930. I never trade right at 930, but I mean, again, if you're less conservative than me, 930 had an alert at 229 for PRST. If you waited for the breakout, yeah, you gave up 40 cents, but on a percentage basis, 268 to 4 is awesome. Now, how's Nordstrom's doing? JWN, I see it's showing up in the option scanner. I didn't. You can just see, guys. I mean, just look left. I mean, that's where it stalled. I mean, it's almost to the penny where it stalled. 1765, and you look left. 1759 is a high, and 1767 is a high. So consequently, when we got that alert on the option scanner, that's the first thing I did. I looked left. I said, well, okay, if you can really break through that, because then the next highs are like 1885 and then all the way up here to 20. But, that proved to be too much resistance. All right, let's take a look at that WINT. Did it finally fall? Nope. Man. Well, that's my big miss of the day. 670 on the alert at 10:12. 670 on the alert. So it's almost well, it is more than a double. 1340 would be a double. 1376 right now. And again at 10:08 in the momentum scan, 653. You're going to get a lot more action in this momentum scan. I just like it for confirmation. You start seeing the same ones in the breakout here, and then if you get the trifecta that it's a not now WINT was not WINT was not, you may not even trade options. Let's do a quick look. Yeah, so it doesn't trade options. WINT does not trade options. Probably not. Yeah, these low float stocks probably don't trade options. You're right. But this one has been nice, this MCRB has been a nice, fairly relaxing trade. I had a couple of topping tails there, but fairly relaxing. Not a rocket ship, 653, it's getting up to what, 678. So not a rocket ship, but not bad. And then, a little bit earlier here at 648. BLCM, is that under a dollar? Maybe that's why I'm not seeing it. BLCM. Yeah, that's why I'm not seeing it. I do have one scan that looks at stocks 50, like starting at 50 cents, but that's why I'm not seeing it. Yeah, up 47%. Low float, 7.8 million. VHC, I don't know. These are the guys who sue Apple left and right for patent infringement. They're a patent, I guess we'll call them the patent troll. The next high looking left is 165. It did pop up. I think that was a day in which that had some Apple news, and it popped all the way up to 268. And look at this, closed at 140. I can't get too enthused about this one, guys. The VHC. Yeah, finally we get a halt for WINT on the way down now. So that could be it for a while anyway. Boy, I'm sure nobody thought when this stock was sitting at 415, I think it's going to take out the 200-day moving average today at 1220. I'll put that as my target. All right, let's take a look at Roblox and RBLX. I had all sorts of action in the pre-market. Yeah, you're right. Now this one getting close to the 200-day moving average, 38.55. Will that hold it? That blue line on my chart, will that hold it? And this is all to do with, they don't have earnings until the 10th, but they're kind of saying, reported lower key metrics for March. Yeah, I'm just seeing DFLI here. So when was the first alert for DFLI? I can't see it. Where are you? Here we are, 9:30, 582. So it really hasn't moved that much. So there's a good example of going back in time, seeing what's happening, and you look at DFLI, say, well, wait a minute, it hasn't really moved that much. Oh, I see that it's an AI alert too. So now, you can say, okay, well, too late now. I'm talking too much. Spread is terrible. When I was just 2 seconds ago was 587, 607. A 20-cent spread on a $6 stock. I don't know if there's a price. I don't know if he puts price targets on them, Frank. I would pay. I would not pay attention to price targets at all. Okay, I would pay attention to where the stop is for Neo, and if it starts working, I mean, I think the stop is probably around 15. When I looked at that pullback, it looked like that's where the anchored VWAP was around 15. If it gets running, it's got a shot to the 17 level. Maybe higher. I mean, I don't pay any attention to targets though. I mean, one could say that maybe I am. When I look left, but that's not my target. All that tells me is that can I take the trade or not? I'm not, when I look left, I'm not saying, well, that's my target. It just means, okay, there's enough room for at least a 1 for 2 risk reward move before it hits that next high. That's all that means to me. It's not a target. So this Neo did not trigger yet. You don't count the pre-market. So 1575 is the trigger, and it got up to 1567. So it is not triggered. No, it doesn't mean you can't take the trade. If you thought, well, you know what? I'm going to take the trade. It pulled back here, took out the VWAP. Yeah, if you want to take the trade on your own, analyzing it in a different way, that's fine. And I'm not just talking to you, Frank. I'm just talking in general, of course. Now, let me just read the email that goes out. I mean, did you read the email for the trade of the week? I mean, maybe Steve put something there. I really don't know. And I think I deleted it. So I don't have my email. All I can recall him saying is that if you're wrong, you've got a very defined, fairly tight stop. There we go. So, okay, let me just take a look at what the email said. Yeah, all he says is if we're wrong, the loss is small. If we're right, the upside is greater than the risk. See the charts below. So I don't think, no, he does not, I don't think he put a target. Meanwhile, while I was talking, the DFLI just exploded. That was a tough spread. Let's see if it gets back over 6 for the DFLI. It's a tough spread though. 601, 620. So what I'm going to do with Manu is set another price alert underneath 19 and see if it takes it out later again. So I'm going to set another price alert at the low of the day and see if it takes it out later on today because again, that huge amount of room on the weekly chart when you look left. Ball, I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw you mentioned ball earlier. I didn't take a look at it. What's ball doing? BALL. Yeah, just not anything. I don't know what were you looking at here? Maybe a takeout of 50? I don't think I saw this one at all. This looks like it's a China IPO from a few weeks ago. SFWL. I don't think I saw this one the day of, or I don't remember it anyway. And this got halted on the way down. Well, it resumed and then moved way down. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And the DFLI, yeah, it's pretty erratic. Okay, so V-Ray does have a little bit of room. It's showing up on my option scanner. On Thursday, it was basically an earnings play. I know earnings officially on the 4th, May the 4th, but I think they pre-released numbers and that hammered down the stock, hammered down again on Friday. I think a bunch of analysts piled into this and giving it horrible, horrible press. Trying to have a little bit of a pop here, has some room to 170. And why I'm even mentioning it, it's because it's showing up on the option scanner, V-Ray. 141. So it hasn't really moved. What's the float? Yeah, it's a big float, 170 million in the float. Probably I won't take that one. Okay, guys, let's see. Just got some thumbnail charts. I see Shady's looking at the AI. I'm actually I have some of some of these AI plays are thumbnailed. I'm not really seeing. I'm actually seeing the BFRG starting to drift down. CXAI hanging around 10. Okay, with this DFLI, what I'm going to do is put an alert right around that 625 mark. See if it can get back up to this level with a decent spread. I mean, the spread is just not good. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, keep talking about the spread. I mean, that's not terrible, 592.6. I mean, I don't like it on a $6 stock, but sometimes it just really widens, to like 20 cents. There's now a 10-cent spread, 595, 60, well, 9-cent spread. So that spread has to tighten up just a little bit. Marker, we saw this one, Marker, MRKR. This was saw this one on Friday. Saw that little move on Friday. Big move today. Next high looking left. Yeah, to me, it's just too close. It's 170. I mean, look, if somebody told me from 147 it'll get to 170, great. But to me, it's just a little too close. If that next high looking left were more like two up in this area right there, I think I'd be all over this one. MRKR. Low float, 7.6 million in the float. Okay, SFWL just resumed. What did it do? Let's take a look at AI from Shady. And I know held, looks like it held the VWAP 2210, so it's kind of held that VWAP. The next high looking left is 2295, so I guess it's got a shot to that level. WINT just got halted. I'm sorry, yeah, halted. I think it got halted on the way up. Yeah, this got halted on the way up. I mean, that looked like I guess that was going to be it. You know, after that, the halt before this one, and then it dropped all the way to 10 and just popped right back up to 14. Wow. That is one big wow. You know, this lie has some room. LI has some room. If you look left on the daily chart, 2654 is the next high. So, you know, it's got about 65 cents from its current price. See if it takes out 26. And I think this is being hugged up because of XPAV. See what XPAV is doing. Yeah, held the VWAP, 1118. So it kind of held that VWAP. But looking left, to me, it just, you know, looks it's too close before it could hit that next high. Yeah, VIAV really jumped, came off that low. Well, that's why I put price alerts. I didn't try to anticipate that it was going to take out 890 when it was just under 9, but it actually popped. This is basically an earnings play, even though earnings are officially on May the 2nd, but they have pre-released some data. Yeah, shorts have been extracted from Interactive Brokers now. No more shorts. There were about 25,000 earlier today, but none now. So they have been short selling in Interactive Brokers anyway has been taking place and makes sense looking at this move down now. Boy, if there were shorts available for CXAI, this would be a tremendous area. Just taking out 10, there's no shorts available for me. So if you've got shorts available, this is like a tremendous area to take a look at underneath that psychological number of 10. And of course, then when you look left, it's got all sorts of room. I just don't have any shorts available for CXAI. All right, guys, things have definitely settled down a bit here. So what I'm going to do right now is just talk a little bit in general about trade ideas and what we are. We're a scanner. Lots of screeners out there. We of course can screen also, but they're not as many real time. I don't. There are not as many real time alert scanners out there, and that's what we really specialize in. So what do I mean by that? So if I click on new and then dock channel bar, and I click on show more, I like to show the momentum channel, a good representation of what I'm going to talk about. So there's NETI, okay? Now what time is it? 11:11. So that alert happened at 11:11. NETI made a new high, and the high was 10:16. Let's see what it did after that. No, so hanging in there. So this is an example of a real-time alert. So if I right-click, configure, summary, it's going to tell you what this alert window is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. I say there are lots of screeners out there. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume, wow, look at Wint. You see what's happening with Wint, W-I-N-T? Hey, look at this. Great representation of a real-time scanner. So this is the filter. This is the screening aspect. You know, stocks between 1 and 50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Here's your minimum volume. And this is the momentum aspect of this scanner. That's why it's called momentum. Now, this scan I am sharing, okay? It's on my homepage. It's called Momo. So, you know, I am sharing it. So if all these filter values are met, the screening values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. And that's why you see WINT over and over again. Every time it kept making a new high all the way up. So that's the scanning, real-time scanning, which we're excellent at doing. Now, if you want to build your own scans, yes, you can. Now, these are all theme-based channels, and we have created a lot of different scans in the channel. So before you start looking to build your own scans, I would take a look at all the scans that we have built. And what you can do is, if you like this, I mean, first of all, you can have it from my homepage, but what I like to see is not necessarily what you like to see. So what do I mean by that? You may have a different price range that you like to see. So you could take any one of my scans or any scan that we have created. And again, you just click on the summary and you'll see exactly what it's looking for. And then if you saw, well, you know what, I like the idea, but I'd rather have a different price range. Maybe I want to see stocks between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. You just go to that price area, now click on the summary and see how it's changed. So you can take any scan that we've got, or my scans that I'm sharing, make some changes if you want, and then you can incorporate them as part of your layout. Now, if you want to make your own scans from scratch, of course you can. So now instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. All this is in the guide, by the way. I'm not trying to give you a detailed knowledge of how to use trade ideas. This is all in the guide. I'm just trying to give you a brief overview. So here in this search, you can see these are all the real-time alerts. Starting off with the new high and the new low of the day at the top. And these are all these real-time alerts. Do not get hung up on how many we have. When I scroll down here, these are the filters, the screeners. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. We have to have a lot because just a minute. They figured that when the company started about 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago, that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to make a scan. So they had to create enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. I probably use 0.5% of these alerts and filters. Okay. And then if you're new to trading, practice trading. I mean, we've got a great simulator here. Now, if you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this and the racing is not available. But if you're using our downloadable application, all you need is our standard service, and then you can use this blue window that we call Brokerage Plus. You click on New Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. You may have different column headers, but it's the essence is this. and it'll say not connected. You just click on sim for simulation, okay? And then it'll change to account. Click on account, and now simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. What you're seeing here is a short that I've taken for GME that I've kept in here for probably several weeks now. Okay, so you can practice. You can practice swing trading if you want. If you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. And it's simple to use. You click on an alert, any one of, you'll click on a symbol and the symbol will show up, and you click on quantity and you can pick exactly how many shares, or you can pick from this net drop down and you pick where you want to get into the trade. Now you can practice trading. Are you kidding me that Bed Bath and Beyond wants to break out? Maybe, maybe. All right, Chris is confirmed. It'll be him today in about 40 minutes. He'll be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes while I take my break. Yes, you can have my link to my homepage. Yes. Meanwhile, Insanity with the Wint, WINT. So what did it get up to? Got up to, and now it's halted. Now it's halted. Got up to 1852, and then it's halted on the way down again. But remember the last time it was halted on the way down, that looked like it was had to be over, right? Got down to 1058, and then boom, up right back up to 14, and then up to 1869. Santa, guys, Santa, SANA. Take a look at this one. Wow, what a run this has had. I've seen this one, every day for the last 5 days. SANA. Now you would think that is lots of resistance right around, a little over $6 for this one, SANA. It is now through the 200-day moving, well, quite a bit through the 200-day moving average now. 200-day moving average at 532. And it is I'm gonna have to reload this. For some reason, it gets jumbled every now and then. So it's not a low float, 82 million in the float. JD's ROIV. Yeah, so this is not showing up on my 10-day daily breakout because the relative volume is not quite 8. Doesn't mean it's not a good look, of course, but I have a pretty that's why typically I don't get I have a lot in the 10-day daily breakout today. This is extraordinary. You usually do not get at this many. Look how many on the breakdown. Just 3. I would say that a big day would be 10 in here, and this is way more than 10. And a big day would be 10. And again, the reason being is that why, the ROIV is not showing up is because the current volume has to be at least 8, and you can see right up here in the single stock window that it's 742, 7.42. And that current volume, meaning it has to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. Are there additional scanners or alert windows that you have? No, not really. No, not that I talk about anyway. I mean, I have, over 13 years of being a subscriber. I mean, I have created a lot of different alert windows and top list windows, but I certainly don't. I mean, probably have hundreds of them, but I don't use them all, of course. Why I never get rid of them is that every now and like the option scanner. I used to use this. I mean, I don't want to bore you guys, but I used to use this. I used to love this one. I used to call Option Plays Magic. And I used to love this one. I probably used it, I don't know, for a good solid 2 years. And then for whatever reason, it fell in disfavor. It fell into disfavor. And so I probably haven't used it for 2 years, but I've resurrected it. Now I'm liking it again. You go through phases. So I usually do not get rid of any scan that I've created. And if, over the weekend, that's typically when I might look at something, say, I wonder what this scan looks like, and do a history on it. Says, not bad. Maybe I should try that again and see what happens. But I will say this, that the 10-day daily breakdown, and breakout, I can't see myself ever not having this one up. So that's the thing, guys, try to find something that you get confidence in. It doesn't have to be my scans, but something that you have confidence in, and that you feel you can probably use every single day. Doesn't mean every alert is going to be a five-star winner, but something you have confidence in. But you know what? Even the scan that you have confidence in, maybe a month from now, 2 months from now, it just starts not giving you what you're looking for. Now you can do one of two things. You can modify it a bit and see if that helps, or you can set it aside for a while. And hopefully you have something else you can take a look at. This is an impressive move for this one. If that is truly the nice spot by, I mean, this one, the ROIV. Let me just do a quick look. I don't even see a float for this one for ROIV. In a moment, make sure I'm not doing something incorrect. Oh, I see. I see. So they say something like this, that dilution may not matter for this one. We cover over. Doesn't seem like ROIV is one of them with float numbers, but it's a large float, so maybe that's why they're saying dilution doesn't matter. But that's an impressive move, 17% with that float. All right, guys. So in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. Boy, look at that. And well, I'm sure if you have Centerpoint or Cobra, maybe even Trade Zero, You've got shorts for CXAI. I don't know how much it costs to short it, but boy, what a, that 10 break was gold if you had shorts available for CXAI. Just don't have any at Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, I haven't even really looked at the markets. So the Nas is down a little, Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little. Haven't even really looked at the market. Really, what the market is doing has not really affected all the things that we've looked at anyway. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. And I keep looking at GME for a 22 break. Just to let you know, I am still looking at GME for a 22 break. And this is in the simulator, okay? And just to see if why a 22 break, just look at the daily chart and you can see if it can break down through 22. It did a few days ago, got down to 21, and then it popped right back up. But if it can do so with any authority, then look left, look how much room there is under. Nothing except, well, you're not looking at my 10-day daily breakout then, Jas. I mean, there's been some incredibly exciting plays coming out of that, but depends what you're looking at, of course. And then the Manu short underneath 20. Ooh, look at this now, guys. This is getting close again to where I may reshort this one. MANU. That's that 1890, 1890. And look left. I mean, just look left. Look how much room it has on that weekly chart. If this really cracks through, I mean, it didn't get, I mean, it got down to 1887, I guess. 1891. If it really takes out 19, I mean, what's going to hold it up? Unless you get another rumor about somebody buying them. Oh, I'm not, this is in the simulator, Alex, okay? This is just in the simulator. I'm not short this in my real account, the GME. I've just kept this in the simulator for, I don't know, about 3 weeks now. But I'm just looking, when we get another break of 22, I want to see how it's breaking 22, on what volume, things like that. Running up PCVX. So this is a more expensive one in the momentum scanner. Interesting, this FRC showed up on the option play on the way down, and you thought, well, maybe, I mean, it's maybe just going to break way down below all this on the daily, but it actually had a pop. Come on, charts. This Nordstrom's looks interesting. I mean, as a short now, 1707 is the VWAP, so it's underneath the VWAP. Underneath 17, of course, whole number. Looking left, a little bit of room to 1670. If it can ever really break down, though, like I'm trying to think why. So it popped a little bit because they appointed this guy. Maybe he's got Eric Sprunk. Maybe he's got some notoriety in the industry. I don't know, because on that news it popped. Well, somebody asked about Bed Bath and Beyond before. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, it's 32%. It's 8 cents, you know? So, I mean, I can't get too excited about Bed Bath and Beyond, but big volume, 183 million shares have traded. But, you know, a couple things. I don't trade stocks typically under a dollar anyway at the best of times. And definitely, I don't, all my scans, I only have one scan, I think, that starts at 50 cents. So you want to trade Bed Bath and Beyond, you are on your own. I mean, listen, it's got some resistance right around 80. Take a look at the daily chart, expand it just a little bit. Oops. Yeah, I mean, 34 could stall it. Anyway, you're on your own on that one. Fat P SPAC, FATP, is that, yeah, you know, I mean, it all depends. I mean, what are they doing here now? Have they announced this charter interest agreement to extend the deadline, so extending the deadline? Yes, May 15th. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get too enthused about it today. Yeah, 11:31, 11:55. Yeah, AI really took a bit of a header now. 2269, right back down to the VWAP, 2218. Okay, right now I'm just kind of waiting to see anything new coming into the breakout, the breakout or the breakdown. Anything new? Not in any rush to take any trade right now. Morph, MORF, what did it do? 42.59. It's a big break on the daily today for MORF. This is a pharma. I don't know if it's a sympathy play. With his buyout that, let's take a look at Merck buying out this RXDX. Yeah, so there you go. According to the analysts, the deal will have a positive read-through to other companies in the I&I space, such as IMVT, Morph, MORF, and VTYX. So that, I guess, is why Morph is heading up. Let's take a look at VKTX. VKTX, see if it's doing something similar. Yes, yeah. And how about that other one they talked about? IMVT. IMVT. So it did have the pop up, starting to drift down now. Ooh, interesting. Through the VWAP, 1537. Is WW still going strong? That would mean should be over 8 if that's the case. Close. It got up to 8, but not breaking through it. So my main focus right now is on Manu, MANU, if it takes out 19 again and takes out that low, I think it was 1890. That is kind of my main focus going forward. All right, guys. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do right now is just put the YouTube link in, and you can, he's not there yet, but you can head over to listen to Chris for his hour between 12 and 1. Okay, I got this one thumbnail. That's the only reason I see it right now is that SAI, another one that went crazy on Friday because it's AI in the name. Through the VWAP 372, did get up to 469 in the pre-market. Maybe if it takes out 4, it may go on a bit of a run. See if these things can catch any traction. Boy, this one is getting uglier and uglier after the big pop in the pre-market STSA. And this is it's interesting because this is being bought. It looks like this is a done deal after acquisition by Nippon. Um, but for whatever reason, still up 70%. I got to put it in perspective. It's still up 70%. But, this was 222. This dropped well over $1 since that. I don't know what the terms and conditions for 91 cents per share in cash. What? So that's crazy. So this stock was 67 cents, and it looks like they're being acquired for 91 cents a share. And maybe people didn't know that because this got up to 223. Anyway, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. NXTP, any thoughts on the chart? NXTP. Huge pullback. I mean, it's such a big pullback. I mean, pullbacks are nice, but 240 down to 147. I mean, that's a big pullback. I mean, it's only 19 cents above. I mean, I don't know. I look at these huge topping tails like that. Not a lot of confidence to hop into a trade like this, my opinion, anyway. I mean, maybe it holds here, but it's below the VWAP also, 190. And there was no news that we could find anyway about why NXTP was moving higher. Not that I could find. All right, guys. Let's get my music off so I can hear Chris when he shows up. IONM just got halted because of volatility. IONM. Okay, now this one on Friday, what did it get up to? 404. And then, but a week and a half before that, it got up to 6, almost 7. So let's just see what happens when this one opens up. IONM, another low float. Now I'll be on my break by the time this opens up, but IONM. And there's Mr. Varley, a little bit early. Thank you, Chris.
I try to get here 5 minutes early when I can.
I know you do. I do appreciate that. So let me just make the announcement in the other room.
Of course.
Via text, okay, or a post. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room now, so I just put my message in on a break back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'll put myself on mute in the main room, and the 6 people who are in our Discord room. It's hilarious.
I'll make
but they're keeners. Okay? They are keeners. They let me know it's not open. I don't mind doing it. So, my friend, how are you doing today?
We're doing all right. A quiet day for me today. I've been a lot of running around and whatnot. So I didn't make a trade today, Barry. I didn't make a trade today.
Okay. Running around in terms of trade ideas or personal?
Everything.
Everything. Okay.
I was watching that Toro for the $3 break, and I got caught off on some other task. I was a little upset with that.
Okay.
Really nice break over $3 there. Ran up to
Toro. Toro.
Toro. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Toro. I don't think it showed up anywhere for me. Why not? Relative volume's only 2.5, so most of my scans are at least 3, so that's one reason. But yeah, nice break. Wow, you're looking for a 3 break? Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been a quick one.
It would have been quick, but you know what?
But a lot of them are now.
Anyway, that was it. But you never know with these things. They really can come back alive in the afternoon. Some of these big
absolutely.
Movers. So I've got the price alerts, and we're ready to go.
I've got a big price alert on. I did short Manu earlier today, but I've got a big price alert at about 1890 now for Manu, MANU.
Okay.
You can just sort of see. I mean, you look left on that weekly chart,
and
$13. So unless they come out with again, we've got this group is now going to put $10 billion as a bid. Until that, and that could happen. I mean, that's why you can't, on trade. If you short, Chris, if you shorted this one, you cannot wander away just in case something like that happens.
Nope. You also don't want to have someone like Elon Musk making a tweet about it again while you're in it.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll guarantee though, when this was up at $26, people thought it was probably a done deal and we're going to hang on. And
Yep.
but look what's happened since then.
And here we are. Exactly. So
So there's no such thing as a done deal until it's a done deal.
until the money's in the bank.
Yeah, your house is not sold until the money is in the bank.
Exactly. All right, very well. I won't keep you any longer. I'm
Okay,
gonna
thank you.
the screen swap, and you go enjoy your break, and
I will.
see you in about an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Varley.
You
Okay.
got it, my friend. All right, everybody. So I believe we got eyes on my screen. It looks good. Happy Monday. So, well, last week for those that were around or that have been around in general, know that sometimes it gets a little tough for me to trade around here, at least day trade. Always something working on the swing trade side of things, but wasn't able to do much on the day trading side of things today. Other tasks and things really distracting me on my timing. However, doesn't mean the setups aren't good for later. So we'll see how that all shakes out throughout the day. And, it's a beauty of, for me anyways, using the races. I know some people love them, some people hate them, some people don't know how to use them, some people are indifferent about them. For me personally, I like them for a multitude of reasons, but one of the big reasons is this list that gets generated over here, keeping things as a watch list essentially to scale through what's been doing what throughout the day. Look at WINT back at it again. So, 6.2 million shares traded, approaching 6.3 million shares traded on that today. A lot of craziness in this, but stocks have history and personalities. And while they don't always follow them, it's good to know and pay attention to them. So we look at the stock, we can see here, they were a big gap up, traded up a little, gave it up. Big run up, that gave it up. Big gap up, traded up, gave it up, faded. We see the theme over and over again with this thing. I'm guessing it must have had some reverse splits in here to have a $503 lifetime high. That's not really our concern. Our concern is the pattern, the charts, and the quote unquote personality of this stock. So anyways, got a price alert. I'm going to move around now. I don't know that I will or will not trade this. These aren't always my favorite things to trade when they've made a move like this. But if that spread ever tightens up and we get a little consolidation here that makes for a better entry, a risk reward entry, I certainly will be giving that a solid look again. Did I see the news? No, I don't look at the news ever. I take painstaking, I go to painstaking lengths to stay away from any and all news. I don't care. And someone will say, well, why wouldn't you care about the news? What if there's a war or a bomb gets dropped? And if any of that stuff happens, I'm going to go anyway. So what do I really care? Better not to have known it was coming, right? For the banking crisis or supposed banking crisis, if something goes down really bad, there wasn't going to be anything I could do anyways, right? Pull my money out of the bank, it's insured in there. It's not like I've got, millions of dollars in the bank and, are afraid that I'm going to lose my deposit. So, I try to keep in perspective, at least for the day trading side of things. When it comes to the swing trading side of things, again, I really stay away from the news. It's all I can do. Things are going to be what they're going to be. So I'm going to, look at the charts, assess my risk and reward, why those are my risks and rewards, how I'm going to manage the risks and rewards on those. And I can't control what the news is going to do. And that's not to say news doesn't have a place in anything that we're doing here. However, I'm not an investor. I'm a trader. I'm a trader. That's what I am. So, if I was someone who was digging through and, looking to long-term invest in companies and things like that, then absolutely I'd be a fool not to look at the news. That's why I do love the saying different strokes for different folks. And that applies to everything. Sorry, Ken's got a question. And again, this isn't meant to be an hour of me kind of droning on about anything. Fire questions away from me, please, folks. It's better when you drive the content of what we're doing here. That's how you learn. And believe it or not, it's actually how I learn too. Can you help with how to screen stocks with positive slope of 20, 50, 200 SMA? Yes, I can do that, but we're going to need a time frame there. So what we can do here is let's go new and alert window, and I'm going to bring over the configure, and we're going to come to the search tab. We're going to type SMA, and let's just go with filters. Let's get rid of those alerts. We're going to only look at filters on this. And here's what we offer. So you got to work with what's in here, all right, for these filters. I think, yeah, we don't need the verses here. I don't think we really need that. So, if you're looking for, the daily, we can't tell you the slope of it, but we can tell you a distance above it. So, we don't have a positive slope would just simply mean, finding stocks that are above it, and then maybe something with an uptrend, we can combine those things. So I'm going to hedge Ken and guess that you are looking at a daily time frame on these. So let's start getting these in here for a daily time frame. So let's see. Let's add 200 SMA. We're going to add that, or 50, excuse me, SMA, because it's right there. 200 SMA. Let's add that because it's right there. Come back to the search. You said at 20 also. 20-day SMA. So we've added all three. And for now, we can just start at a basic that it's above all of these. 1, 2, 3, stack it, right? And maybe we want a little bit more to make sure that's it. Let's go with the 0.25 above all of them for now. This is, more than less where I start with when building any kind of scan, all right? If you want to throw out a price range, other than that, I'm going to put $10 as the floor. And I don't know if you have any volume metrics that you want to throw into this here. But for now, I'm going to leave that empty, the volume metric. Well, no, all right. I don't want to see garbage. I want to see, I should rephrase that. There's no garbage stock. I should never say that. Every stock has potential to make someone money on the long side or the short side. You want a relative volume of 1.5. All right. So we'll put that there. Let's give it a minimum volume. I'm going to throw 400K for a minimum volume in there. But if you want something different, let me know. We can always change that. 50,000. All right. So you don't mind going low on that, or what I would consider low. All right. So we got to be over 50,000. All right. Let's just start here and see what this looks like. You know what? I wish we did that as a top list first. Let's do this. Of 20, 50, 200 SMA. All right, so I've created that as an alert window, but I want to move this over top list actually. So I'm going to collaborate. I'm going to copy that in here, and we'll leave that alert window. We might come back to that, but let's make this a top list actually. So I'm going to collaborate that link into here because I just want to see a list of stocks, what the charts look like. Are we on track? Are we finding things that we want? Is it, is it more stocks meet it than more stocks meet it than don't meet it, and how can we adjust that if that's not the case to what we're looking for? Because like you said, you don't want it just above those. You're trying to find a slope, and we don't have an exact way to find a slope, but let's say if the scan is going to populate 20 stocks, maybe we can get, 11, 12, 13 with a positive slope. So it's better looking at what we want here. Back to collaborate. And get rid of this link that's in there and replace it with the link that we copied from the alert window that we'd started. And bang. All right. So see above 20, 50, and 200. All right. And now let's start to look at some of these things here. So we're going to have stuff that's going to look like this, right? How do we get rid of this? How do we get rid of this? How do we get rid of this? Well, that looks good. That's not going to be good. Here's our slope. Let me do this as well. I'm going to have to add some indicators here. I'm not an indicator person, but we're going to need it for the purpose of this exercise. So let's go SMA. We'll add the 20 as blue. Add, bang, SMA. We'll add the 50 as Oh, I don't know. Let's go with the light green for 50. Okay, add. And let's go with the 200. And we're going to add that as, oh, red's a lovely color this time of year, or any time of year. Okay, add. All right. So we can see we're above all three. Now, you know, look, sloping down, sloping up. You know, these are the hard things to define for a scan like this. But let's see what we can't or cannot do. And let's get a good data sample. Let's see how many of these stocks look the way we want to look. Beautiful slope moving up on this one, I would say, overall. You know, yes, it's got pullbacks, but you're never going to find something that just looks like that only. That's not happening. Not for everything that comes through it. Not great. You know, this has only got 50,000 shares on it, so that's what we're going to get with something like that. You know, part of that positive slope is going to be, you know, over what time frame are we looking for that positive slope. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I want to get rid of stuff like WINT. We don't want that in here. All right, so let's go to configure and search, and let's go with change. Change from the open right now, and let's see how this works. I'm going to cap it at 25%, because what if something does have a positive slope and then it's having a big day? We want to see it, but you know, we want to eliminate stuff like this, but I'm not going to throw a 200% or, you know, 190% on there. So let's do that first. All right, change. We're going to put that at cap that at 25. And now to help with the slope, let's make sure the stock's up over a certain amount of days. So let's see, change 5 days. So maybe over the last 5 days, it can't be down more than, let me make sure I do this right, minus. Down no more than 3% from 5 days ago. Okay. There we have that. We cap that there. Let's see what other change might work for this. Let's add this filter, and let's make sure we're up at least 1% from 20 days ago. So my thought process behind what I'm doing, I want to explain everything here. So first, you know, if we want these moving averages to be at least attempting the upswing, we got to be above them, right? So that's why I put just 0.25%. How far above them? We could always adjust that. You can always go back and adjust that. You know, I'm going to get us a nice template here, and then I'm going to share it out, of course. And then you can always manipulate and add and reconfigure whatever you want from here. All right. Then change in 5 days. You know, we know that we're never going to get something that looks like this. We're going to get something that at best looks like, you know, that, which still gives us a nice slope to the upside. But we want to make sure that any pullbacks aren't a ridiculous pullback. So on the shorter term, we want to see we didn't dip more than 3% over the last 5 days. Maybe we're going to want to make that 5%. I don't know. Let's see what we get returned from that. But we want to make sure that, you know, over a 20 period, we want to make sure that we went from here to here over 20 days, at least a little bit up over 20 days, right? So that's why I threw a 1% in here. Maybe we're going to want that higher. Maybe we want to stick that at 0. I don't know. But let's see what comes through this now, because we've added quite a few filters there. And the risk we run with the more filters and any tighter values that we have is little to no stocks coming through right now. All right, so we're going to press OK, and let's see what we've got here. All right, so again, we run the risk of things like this here. That's tough. That's going to be a tough one to eliminate, because that's not a change from open now. That's a change from close. So my fear is, again, as we keep adding filters, so we've added the change from open. Now we add a change from close. We add a change 5 days, 20 days. Eventually, we eliminate everything. But let's take a look through here. All right, so over 20 days, we've got an upward slope here. And again, you know, what's an upward slope mean? We're also upwards over here too, right? And we're upwards over here. You know, we're down from here, So again, these become tough. And the idea behind this is we get returned 15, 20, 30, 40 stocks. We go through the scan, we mark up charts, we put them on other symbols list to keep a track of them, keep an eye. But this is to generate the ideas, and then from there we scale down those ideas. Well, here's the thing. If we create it positive from 5 days, what happens to any stocks that have been up over 20 days and just recently pulled back in the last 5 days? We now miss every one of those stocks that are in here, right? By putting a positive slope. So we really start to eliminate stocks. You know, we don't mind if we're looking at long-term, we don't mind a short-term pullback. We want the long-term up. The short-term pullback is not what we're looking at, or shouldn't be anyways. That's my thought process in this. But we can play around with it. Anyways, let's go through. All right. Nice upward slope on this one on multiple time frames, or longer time frames here and here. Nice upward slopes. All right. Nice upward slope. I mean, it's a nice upward slope, really off to the races on this today, but look, I mean, nice upward slope through here, right? I don't know why this will not work. There we go. Nice upward slope overall. Again, here we go with an upward slope. Also an upward slope from here and here as well, right? Sure, short term there, we've got that, but again, you're not going to find anything that looks like this only. It's not going to happen, or you're not going to find a scan that's only going to show that only. This is about as close as you're going to see, I think. Especially given the market that we have. Let's consider something for a second. Do we have a market that's trending up? Look at the market that we have right now. This is a market that's done anything but trend. It's broken that downward slope, and it certainly doesn't have a great upward slope to it, in my opinion. Not yet anyways. We got to take this out and make that next higher high to be able to get that real upward slope. So what do we have is a market that is choppy. So what are we going to get for 95% of our charts? Choppy, right? Anyways, let's keep clicking through and looking at these, kind of flat slope here. If we go all the way back, we got a bit of an upward slope. We were in an upward slope, and then this jumped us back over it, so this big gap, and that kind of messed us up. So, that's the first really bad looking one on a pullback. Again, what time frame are we looking on the slope? An upward slope, a downward slope, right? Over this time frame, pretty much flat, right? So if we go all the way to back here, so depending on what time frame we're starting from. And again, any people with questions, please fire those away. Maybe change in 30 days. I don't think we have change in 30 days. We're going to have to go way back more than that, and we'd have to use position and range. Yes. There we go. And come back to the change table here. And let's see. 5 days, 20 days, and 1 year. So we're not going to be able to do it like that. We can go with position, and we could get that in a 3-month range. And we can say, let's see. Let's see what happens when we put a 75. So it means it's 75% above the low of 3 months. Again, this is going to continue to eliminate stocks. I want to try something. Let's see if we can get rid of that. Search. Change from the close. I'm going to cap that to a 25. All right. So we're still seeing a lot of the same names in here. but we've eliminated some of those bigger spikes as well. Nothing we can do on Max R there. I don't think there's any way for us to eliminate something like that. Beautiful upward slope there for you. Beautiful upward slope. You know, pretty nice upward slope, getting pretty steep here, but you know, this is where we could start to stick in a, you know, a maximum on one of these moving averages if we wanted. You know, we can come in here and we could say, all right, I want it above all these, but not too far above any one or all of these or any combination of those. So that's something we can do. Again, you know, upward slopes continue on these here. I'm going to send you this scan in a moment here, Ken. I have Stable Hacks. I have no idea why I added this up, to be honest. I don't have, I just don't look at the news. So you got some really nice upward sloping stocks here. I think this is looking pretty decent, to be honest. Yes, we're going to have these ones here. You know, there's not much we can do when something makes a move like that over 3 days, right? Because if we limit any of that, you know, we really cut out things that are prior to it is what will happen. You know, it's, you know, cutting off our nose despite our, or cutting off our head despite our nose, or whatever that saying is. Another great, great slope. Tech, I know this has been on the rise here. So, you know, look, great trend, sold off, got that trend back again, right? Look at a couple of more of these. You know, not as nice here, obviously. You know, again, from here to here, it's okay. From here to here, it's okay. From there to there, it's okay. From here to here, it's not okay, right? You know, going back to August of last year. And again, you know, this is following more than less what the market is doing, although this does look a little nicer than, I don't know about, no, this looks actually pretty similar to SPY, to be honest. I'm going to say a little nicer than SPY, but I don't think so, actually. Again, nice move here. So, all right, I think, you know, this is something you can work with here. So I'll do 2 things, Ken. I'll first, let me share this cloud link. Let me rename it really fast. Above. Upward slope. All right. And I'm going to share this out for anybody that wants it. And so now you've got a template, and, you know, we've gone over some things to, you know, to work with, and some thought processes of why we want to work with those items. And, you know, experiment. There's other filters out there. Definitely get into some other filters. I think for swing trading, I prefer topless. And there's not really a great set of alerts for swing trading, in my opinion. It's not that there isn't, because there's the crossed above resistance, and you could put back the hours on it. And, you know, there are a few that are okay. But, you know, alerts are for like a timestamp. This did this at that time. I don't need that for my swing trading. You know, I want to look at charts and mark them up and do how I want. But, you know, you can try some different things, experiment with a few different things, and you can use the collab feature just like I'd shown, going one way to the other. But I do prefer the topless to the alert windows when it comes to that. And I'll leave this up on the screen for a moment here if you want to just look at it on top of, but you got the cloud link to it as well. But I'll leave this up on the screen. And of course, anybody with questions, let me know. All right. Yeah. All right. Good. Good to know you like the top list too, Kenny. I'm not, I don't want like people to say, oh, Chris V said, there's no good alerts for swing trading. That's not true. I just don't use them. I should always not, I should always watch how I express how I feel about things and separate the personal. Like, for example, this crossed above resistance. This could work for swing trading, right? And I see your question there. Okay, just give me one moment to circle to you here. I just want to finish this train of thought. So, on some of these alerts, what am I looking for? Here I go. Some of these channel breakouts may work for you on the longer term time frames here to help you with the swing trading, right? I like to cross above resistance, maybe on the swing trading because you want to eliminate more noise. You want the cross above resistance confirmed, right? Some of you might want to see some block trades for the swing trading. You could always check that out. You're obviously not going to want 5-minute and 10-minute highs, I don't think. Maybe a 60-minute high if you were looking, like, let's say, to get a confirmation on something you've been watching. So let's say you've done what I call a double filtering. So you filter to one set of stocks using the top list, and you take the ones that you like the best and put them on a symbols list. And then that symbols list is attached to a alert window. And maybe you're saying, oh, if this breaks, if these set of stocks, they look good. And if they break a 60-minute high, I might want them on a swing trade. That's where the 60-minute high might come in. So crossed above resistance will work like this. And I always encourage everybody to make sure we use our help buttons. If we go crossed above resistance and we go help, we are going to get this page. All right. And essentially, it's an algorithm that looks back in time and is trying to find where price has gathered a good amount. And that'll consider itself resistance, essentially. I'm paraphrasing what's going to be up on and up here. All right. And that is what sets the resistance. And when we get across above that resistance, what the algorithm is determined, that's when the alert goes off. Now, that's a twofold function because some alerts have filters to them. So see how this has the hours of trading here? So if I come over to the select, if I were to add this and you see the selected alert hours of trading, you can get the definition of that right here by scrolling down a bit further. So this top part gives you the alert definitions. If we scroll to the top, just to show you here, see alert types, right? This gives you the description of the actual alert. Then if we go about halfway down on this page, just past halfway, alert specific filters, and that corresponds to this here. We can find what those filters will do inside this. And we want to look for, I believe it's this one. Nope. No, not that one. That's channel breakout. And I believe it's this one. Yes. This one tells us what this is for a few different alerts in here, essentially, right? So I still don't think I'm on the right one. Sorry, yes, it's this that we want down here. My apologies. So this is, based on hours of trading. So essentially what it's saying is that, you see a pattern that lasted from noon yesterday to today. Is that pattern any better than one that lasted from this morning to the afternoon? Or how much better? So we weight the pre and post market according to the, we weight it with pre and post market according to volume. So this is going to take some different averages that are within the market and plug them into the algorithm essentially. And the idea behind it is if something's created a pattern over an hour, is that as strong as something that created a pattern over 15 hours, 20 hours, 40 hours, right? What's going to have the stronger pattern? And a lot of that will depend on your time frame. So again, is something that's created a pattern over 2 hours probably something great to look at for a swing trade? Probably not. and I want to look at something that's, doing it over 10 hours, 15 hours, 25 hours. But remember, by tightening any filters or putting any big values in filters, you start to kick out possibilities of other things coming in, right? So it's a give and take relationship on how strict we allow things to be and what they will let in. And hopefully that explains and makes some sense. I want to circle back. There's some questions that came in. Sorry, it took me a moment to get around there. Chris, I have been redirected here from a question I have. I'm new to TI and I'm trying to use a scanner on a historic time frame, but not happening. Can you help me out on what to do? Thanks. Yeah, so depending on what kind of scanner it is, if it's an alert window, right click, come to history. You do today, previous trading day, all, or you can give it a time frame. If you're looking at a time frame, the top box is the most recent alert that would have happened. So for now, we're at 12:29 p.m. Eastern. So I wouldn't go above 12:29 p.m. Eastern. And then we want the oldest alert. We put down here, we're going to put a check mark there. And let's just say if we wanted to go from 9 a.m. this morning. So I put a 9 here and it's a.m. And if I press OK, going to populate everything in that time frame. We can see it's in history. Again, history. Here's that time frame for us that I've done. So I'm saying I want you the oldest alerts. That's down here. I want you to start at 9 a.m. and I want you to go till whatever time I've dictated right here. If you're not getting any results, it more than likely means that there are no results for that time frame on that specific alert window. All right. If you think there should be results in there, but you're not getting them, it can happen. Sometimes we've got something off on data. Sometimes it's a user missing something. Sometimes it's us missing something. But always good, send us an email to info@trade-ideas.com with the cloud link to that scan and say, hey, I'm looking at history on here, but I'm not seeing history on this day or this time frame or anything like that. Can you have a look for me? And we'll investigate and we'll dig. All right. So that's the short and skinny for history on alert windows. Little different on topless. On topless, we go right click and we go time frame and we go use historical date. We'll put the historical date that we're looking for in here. It'll give us a 5-minute snapshot. The reason why the difference is that is topless refresh every 30 seconds. So it's going to try to snapshot. It doesn't snapshot every 30 seconds. It snapshots a 5-minute time frame based on what you put in here. So essentially, like if I go right now, let's just say I put 11 a.m. All right, on the 17th here, and I press OK. You can see up here 11:30 to 11:34, and it'll say 59 seconds if I widen this out. So 11. That's the 5-minute time frame that we'd be looking at on the historical date there for that. Again, if you run into a situation where you think, I think there should be some stocks that populated in here, shoot us an email to the info@trade-ideas.com. Get us a cloud link to that scan and just say, hey, I think this should be going on here. Can you give me a hand with that? And like I said, we're not perfect. There is no data provider on this planet that is perfect. I personally think we do a pretty good job on it, but we can never know if an error is happening if we don't have some people poking us once in a while and say, hey, I think something's going on here. And that's, how we all get better together. All right. I was doing it the other way around. I'll try. All right. Let me know if that works. And I could always go into more on that. Also, let me point you to the user's guide. Education. All right, so on our education page here, we've got the user's guide. It's fully searchable, really, really fantastic guide that Ms. Steffi Dahmer did for us here. And if we come to full table of contents, I have a search function here, and I could type whatever I want. So I go history, and it's going to return me everything that has to do with history. There's a lot of repeating that goes on in this guide because there's a lot of things that are similar or run almost exactly the same from, one set of scans or functions to the next set. But we want to make sure we covered them for each individual item. So it wasn't a question of, does this do it this way or not do it this way? So while, yes, multi-windows and alert windows have very similar historical functions, there are little bits of nuances and difference that are there on top of the exact same things that they do. So we just want to cover it. Generally speaking, I don't think it's bad to be redundant with things like this when it comes to education. Of course, some people feel that it is bad, and what I'd say to you is too bad. That's what I would say, too bad. There you have with the user's guide. It's fully searchable. One of the things that I will say with the user's guide is this too, is a lot of it is predicated on context. So for someone that just signed up today, some of this won't make sense when you jump right into it and search it without having a little bit of background, opening the scanners, checking out some configures and some things like that. Give yourself, 3 days. The amount of context and experience that you have, grows exponentially. And so the usage of this guide will most likely follow that same kind of path and how well it helps you as well. So hopefully that all makes sense in that regard. Let me get rid of those tabs. Let's circle back. I know some more things that were coming in here. We covered, crossed around the resistance of what we covered. All right. Talk candlestick. Do you have any alerts for bearish and bullish RSI divergence for 15-minute charts? No. There's really no way to do it with the legacy software. I forget what we have in. Let me see something. All right, so the only thing we have is what we have in the Market Explorer for you, and it's not 15-minute time frames. So if you go to a Market Explorer window and you right-click the strategy and go to Relative Strength Index, we just have it for daily RSI long and short divergences. That's it. There's really no way within the legacy scanner. I won't even pretend to try to throw you down a road with that. All right, I'm lying. Let's throw you down a road. I don't know that this will work or not, but we could give it a shot here. The best that in my opinion anyway, the best that you could do is this. If we were to, let me get rid of this top list. Let's start fresh here. New top list. All right, let me bring this over here, right? The best that I could say is this. Search RSI. All right, we got a 15-minute RSI. And let's add that filter. And we're going to go with short divergence here. Let's say we've got the RSI a minimum of, I don't know, let's throw a minimum of 65 in there, all right? And let's say also search change, and we'll go with 15 minutes and percent, and let's add that filter. And let's say that this stock is, I need to use this here. Price is down in the last 15. So we'll say the price is down in the last 15 minutes. This is something like this. Talking candlestick is about as close as you're going to get. You might want to play on different time frames. You're going to have to work with the time frames that we offer for these data points with the change in the RSI filters. But you could basically say, yeah, the RSI is up and the change over the last few minutes in price is down. Let's see if this returns anything. All right, so you got some stuff that's in here. Hold on, whenever it's showing stocks in a low price like that, for the most part, people don't generally want to see those. Let's put a $10 floor on here. Let's put a volume floor of, I don't know, 300K. All right. And so let's go within indicators. Let's add RSI for fun. RSI. Maybe somebody will click. There we go. We added that. All right. So, it's not great. We've got this RSI that's way up here based on the gap up that happened. And, while it's fading, so is the price actually. So maybe you want to stack RSIs with it. let's try this. Let's go configure. Let's stack the RSIs. And, this is kind of a cheesy way of doing it, I know, but this is literally the only workaround that I could come up with. Let's throw 65 here as well. Let's see, and that changes things a lot. So, you've got the RSIs kind of trying to stay up here. Price is flat, at least. That's, as good as we look like we're getting. We could try this. Let's say minus 0.25. So now we're telling it we want the stock to be down at least 0.25% in the last 15 minutes. And you could try with different time frames. Maybe you can get some different time frames, right? Yeah, I don't, sometimes I never know if I've got it until I try it. It's not something I've really ever tried before. You might try a different time frame here. Let's say, nobody else is asking questions at the moment. So, let's mess around with this for a second here. Let's change the change time. Let's go with the longer change time. Let's see if this thing it's got to be minus 0.25% over the last 30 minutes. See if we got anything. Nope, not a thing. How happens if we just go flat even max flat over the last 30 minutes? All right, there's a few things. No, that's not going to count. RSI is still way up here. This is kind of running sideways. We already saw that. RSI is hanging here. It's still overbought. But, it does have starting a down slope on the RSI there. So, those are things that I'll point you to. Do a little experimenting. Again, you might be able to maybe stack the 1 minute RSI in there too. 2 minute RSI, I think we've got that as well. I have multiple alert windows. Do I need to do the historic time frame for each separately? Yeah, it won't. If you do, a historic time frame for one window, it won't bear any effect on any of the other windows. Also, if you go to historic, so let's say you have so you got an alert window here, right? And let's get out of history for a second. Let's go to real time, all right? And let's see if you can't get any alerts to come through real fast. All right. I just want to see if I can get some alerts to come through really fast. There we go. All right, so we see how these alerts are starting to populate through, right? If I change anything with an alert window right now, if I go into the configure and I edit anything in here, it will reset the alert window again, okay? If I go to history, watch this. If I go to history and I go to today, right, goes to here. Now, if I go back to real time, resets the alert window again, all right? So just know that if you do that with history, you'll lose what you had in there prior. So if you want to mess around with history, right-click, duplicate. Now you can let the original window populate and do its thing, and you're not going to lose the current data in there. And then you can go to history and go to today or whatever it is that you want to go in. I can do both for you. So first, we have a do not repeat function or don't repeat function. So if you right click and you go to properties and go to don't repeat. Whoop, you can't do don't repeat in history. History will show everything. Let me get out of history on this. Sorry. Real time, right click, properties, don't repeat, come into here. And these are the time frames we offer: 1, 5, 15, 30, an hour for a day. Never repeat the symbol again. All right. So we have that there. And then for the user's guide, yes, absolutely. So I'm going to show a few links here. So here's our education page. So let me give you that first. Just give you the overall education page. There's the education page. All right. On the education page, you have a link that would take you to here with me. Tomorrow will be Michael Noss. All right. Join the live class. All right. If you were to click that, that's going to scroll you down to here. You know, that would bring you into the YouTube channel just by clicking that. So there's that. Back to the top of the education page is the user's guide. If we click that, we get that open. And then we have it broken down into all these sections. So you can get right into alert windows, top list, multi, so on and so forth, all these different items, right? But there's a lot of subsections in all those, a lot of repeats and all those things like that. So that's where also the full table of content comes in, and you can click on the magnifying glass and you can give a good search on that as well. That's the user's guide. I would suggest anybody that's within their, at least their first week, if not first month, watch this Getting Started series. You know, some of it, obviously, you're into the software, you've downloaded it and logged in. You don't need to watch episodes 1 and 2. Toolbar and right-click magic is great. Layout styles is great. Free floating, dock layouts, all this stuff is really, really important. So I mean, you know, if you're into the software already, you're already logged in, you already downloaded it, you got that all figured out. Skip episodes 1 and 2. And all the episodes in this are like, I don't know, like 2 to 4 minutes max. It's like 30 minutes total from episode 1 to 10. So none of them are over 4 minutes. They're really great references. They're fabulously done, honestly, fabulously done. So I highly, highly, highly recommend, even if you're a month into the software, might not hurt to spend, 20 minutes looking this over here. It's probably not even 20 minutes, to be honest with you. Obviously, daily support session is there. 2 sides that the room is broadcasted. This is back on the education page. So you've got the YouTube side where you are with me. There's also the full, I'll call it the full traders room, that there's a little more trader talk, trader interaction that's going on over there. People talking. No voice chat, just Barry for the voice chat, but people typing back and forth, and some different subsections inside that room for conversations to go on. Lots of educational videos to click through here. Some different videos that Michael Noss has done here. I would highly recommend that anybody's really looking to get into, more technical analysis and things like that. Check out Michael's YouTube page. I'll give you a link to that right now. It's not as straightforward to get to, I don't think. So copy link address. This is Michael's YouTube page. I would say do yourself a favor, go through his lessons and things like that. What else? Some different ebooks that are in here if you're interested. And that, that kind of wraps it up for the education page. Let's see, Joe Dagger, SPWH. What's happening on SPWH? SPWH. Might bounce here if it goes under. If it goes under 669, might go down lower. Yeah. Let me get rid of this RSI. Much nicer looking. What does that look like? So, all right, we got this big gap down. Yeah, no, you're right. 669 is that, around the low of the day right here, breaks below that. You got all the way down here to $6 and you break $6. I don't even know where you go after that. It's all-time lows, maybe? No, not quite. Big deal, though. So, yeah, that doesn't bounce. It looks like it'll continue to bleed pretty heavily, actually. Ken, that's a tough one. The first thing you'll have to do is create an ETF list that you want, using a symbols list, right? So to do that, you'd have to web search the ETFs that you want, or if you know them already, and go tools, symbols lists, and create new list, and ETFs I am tracking, or whatever you want to call it. All right, and then you'd come in here to the list and you'd add whatever the ETFs that you want are, right? Once you've done that, you would go tools. You're probably going to want to see them in a top list, or sorry, go new and want to see them in a top list. You're going to go to symbols lists and you go add existing lists. And, we're going to find they're done alphabetically order. So here's ETFs I'm tracking. I just did that. I'm going to put a check in there. And now it says, see how it's automatically switched to only the following lists. You also have exclude the following lists, right? And then, you would start putting the filters in there. So you're going to want to hit that 200-day thing. There's no way to know the time frame that's been over the 200-day though. That's where you're, you can try to do some stuff with maybe position and range filters and things like that. But we don't have a been over 200-day for X amount of time there, Ken. So, you can search, position and range. If I could type, that would be great. And, these are the time frames you're going to have to work in. So you're going to want to see it, above, maybe stack them somehow in some way that makes sense. It's going to take you some trial and error to do. And obviously you're going to want 200 on here. So you're going to want to see the 200 SMA. And you're going to want to be X amount percent over it. But as far as that time frame goes, the best that you can do is combine that with a position and range filter, maybe stack a few different position range filters and see if that can get you where you want to be. So it's, something very similar to the exercise we did with that first scan with the sloping there, Ken. Let me know if that makes sense or if you have questions on that. Is there a way I can export data of a scanner to an Excel of historical time frame? Because in the history time frame, there's so many alerts that it's difficult to make a meaning out of it. Yes. So there's a few things you can do here. The first thing I'm going to point you to is back to the user's guide again. And I'm going to walk you through this part of the user's guide, or I'm going to walk you through it to the user's guide so you have it for reference. If I could click the right thing here, that would probably help. All right. So let's go to education. Let's go to user's guide. And this is where the context part of it comes in. Not what I want. Education, user's guide. This is where the context part comes in, and where I don't think this is something you'd be able to just right away find on your own, but now you'll know where it lives, and you'll give you more context once again, helping you with that learning curve. So in the search, we have what we call, we have a tool called alert logging or alert logger. So alert logging, all right? So as I typed it, here comes alert logging tool, all right? And I'm going to copy this link and share it with you now, all right? And you can find that, again, yourself at any point in searching, right? And the way this thing works is this, all right? We're going to do it in the software together. If I go to tools and I go options and I come to general, all right, in here. So see, we're in the general tab. Right down here, integrate CSV logger tool, right? I'm going to put a check mark in that, and I'm going to hit save, okay? Now when I come to an alert window, I can go alert logging, and I can turn that on. And you see there's a check mark now. And every time an alert comes through this, it'll get logged to a CSV file inside your Trade Ideas Pro folder. So if I open up my folder here, and I go to Trade Ideas Pro, and it's going to be somewhere in here. There we go. Topless contents, some different things. And you're going to find that in here as that tool, as that goes on and populates. The second item that you can do for this is you could highlight the stocks there, right click and go save contents, and it'll save it as a CSV file as well. All right. So there's two different ways for you to accomplish this. And this works also with topless. It only works with topless and alert windows. That's the only way to export the data, though. So hopefully that directs you in the right direction, get you on the right path, and works for you. Excellent. I'm glad. I like to hear that, Ken. That's why we're here. That's why we do these. And I think it makes, when I have folks like you asking questions like this, it makes for much better content than me just kind of droning on and talking about charts. Not that that doesn't have its place. That's how we all learn about charts. And, reading charts and interpreting charts and things of that nature, and price action, volume. But when it comes to the software itself, there's things, I get it, because I was in your seat many years ago. There's things that just aren't intuitive to this stuff sometimes. And sometimes, like, this was an easy part for me to get, and this is a tough part for me to get. And so by getting into these live streams, and I know Barry, when he's not, when he's not really focused on trading and he doesn't have a lot going on for the trading, I know Barry's always happy to answer questions that he'll have the answers to. Myself, Barry, none of us have all the answers, but Barry's a power user of the software. So more likely than not, especially when it comes to scan building, Barry's going to be really excellent in helping point you in a direction that you need. And then aside from that, you always have us on the live support chat on the homepage that you can get to, and always email us. Again, info@trade-ideas.com. All right. You can always get us there too. Some things are easier for us to answer than others. Sometimes we're bouncing ideas internally between each other. Oh, what would you do for this? What would I do for that? Sometimes it's going to be real fast. 1, 2, 3. We've already got something built or template built on something. We're going to zip it out to you in 5 minutes, So let me put my earphones back in. It's a little early, but I never know when Barry's coming back in. He's always.
Well, I'm here now.
I see. I knew it.
I was waiting for that little ping. Hey, listen, Chris, I'm just wondering if Gani is also looking for, when he does the history, he just doesn't want to see the stock over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Because, there is that little trick. So before you do the history, you take your alert window,
right, and
you go to properties and then go to view mode,
mm-hmm.
and then group and sort by,
yep,
and then by symbol. You keep newest, but watch. I'll take over the screen just for a second, okay?
Yeah.
So I'll show you what I'm talking about.
You have it back.
Okay, so I don't know if that's what he meant, but just give me a moment as I try to find. There we are. Okay, so I duplicated this. I did. So see how the history, even though this is, this is repeated many, many times, WINT, but notice when I do the history, I only see it once. I only see the stock one time. And to do that, you take your alert window. And again, maybe Gani, is that what you want, Gani? You only want to see the stock one time when you do the history? I know we have a slight delay in YouTube, so I'll just wait for him to answer. Okay, so I'm going to do this again. I'm going to take an alert window. So here is an alert window, okay? And you can only see the last one, but this was full, okay? So before I do history, I do this. I right-click, properties, view mode. Now this is the typical newest first, when you want to see the alerts over and over and over again, and the last one right at the top. But this time do group and sort by, okay, and keep the newest. You can if you can maybe, well, you can either take a screenshot of this, but keep newest. You're going to sort by symbol in descending. Say okay, and I can do this again. Don't worry. Okay, now watch what happens when I do a history. If I right-click, history, today, you will see the symbols over and over briefly. But you see what happened? The miracle happened. See how WINT, initially you saw it over and over again, and you would have seen these over and over again. But what it does is it basically just shows you the one symbol, the one time, or the symbol one time.
See, this is why I say Barry's so fantastic.
Well. And of course, you can sort it differently if you want. This is the first time, but so I don't know if that helps you, Gani, but it seems like that's what you wanted to do. Then export this, and so you don't see that over and over and over again. And Neo actually triggered, Chris. Neo triggered the trade of the week. Yeah, the trigger was 1575, and we're at 1603 now.
All right.
Yeah.
I see Dan about linking DAS or DOS or however anybody says these things nowadays. You're going to need to right click both programs and start them and run them as administrator, and then build the linking with try beginning cutoff, use alternative method, and no rule. That should work. I just walked someone through those steps the other day. So, and that should work for external linking for that. If you continue to have trouble, come to our live support chat. All right.
And I'll answer again. Yeah, it only works because you can't do a history the same way in a top list window. The top list window is not really designed to do a history, but
Right.
the alert window is. So the answer to your question is yes. That mode will only work in an alert window. You have to think about what a top list window is really used for versus an alert window. A top list window, if you just want to see the stocks that are up the most for the day and you want to rank them like that, and then it'll adjust every 30 seconds, that's fine. Or up the most from the open, or up the most for the day from yesterday's close. So it'll sort on that. But the alert window, that's what it does. The alert window gives you the real-time alert. So completely different. The multi-strategy window, I don't think so. Let me try. I'm just going to duplicate this. I don't think so, but I'll just want to duplicate the window. It's possible, but let's see. I'll go to properties. It's possible. No, you see there's no view mode.
No, yeah, you have to isolate the individual windows.
Yeah, you have to isolate the individual alert windows. I didn't think so, but always good to check.
Yeah, and I just dropped a video for you, Dan, about external linking. I go over linking the Thinkorswim, TradingView, and Trader Workstation, and that. The biggest part of it is you have to launch both TI and the target program by right-clicking them and run as administrator, and then from there, you'll have the items in the menu there with external link or use alternative method and beginning cutoff. I believe you want to check both of those and leave it as no rule. Old IB used to work. I don't think it does anymore. That's linking. That would be the linking for DAS.
Okay, my friend, there's no 101.
Oh, wow. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
Hard.
Okay, so I shall take over. Thanks so much, Chris, for your hour.
You, my friend. And I don't know. We should do this again like next Monday, let's say.
Yes, let's make a plan. Okay.
All right, everybody. Thanks again. Thanks. We just appreciate the comments, and we'll see you later. Take care, everyone.
All right, guys, I'm just going to get back in all the rooms. I'm back in our YouTube room, back in the main room, and one more room to get into. There we go. And one last thing for me to do on my end is just get my music going. Okay. So I was saying to Chris, yeah, so the Neo trigger, guys. Neo did trigger. So the trigger was 1575. So this is looking pretty good. How you trade it will be up to you, of course. But this looks good. Look at the daily chart on NEO, NEO. Look at the next high. Looking now, guys. I'm on this. Been asked to use this new HTML charts that we're trying to get up and running. Okay, I haven't been able to do it because every time I loaded them in the past, my system would freeze. But they gave me this one today, and they said, please try it. So far, so good. There are some things, a little bit weird that the dotted line. Is not on my screen. So going up and down the price, it's not the end of the world. The other thing that happens is that when I click on it, it turns white first, and then, but I was told that can be probably fixed. So I've been asked anyway to really run this because, as I think Chris said, I am the power user of Trade Ideas just because I'm doing this, 5 days a week, 6 to 7 hours a day. So I put the software through its paces. And we're trying to get these charts ready because we'd like to do a test drive, but these charts have to be bulletproof once we do this test drive. So bear with me. You know, the couple things that I really like that dotted line. It's following me up. It's not the end of the world, but I do like that dotted line, but they're aware of it. Give me a moment, guys. I just have to give somebody a list of stocks. So just give me a moment. Okay. What's new with B plus? Nothing. Nothing new with B plus. Not that I'm aware of anyway. I was referring to the charts, Siri. Okay, I was referring to these charts. What's the news on OCUP? Let's see if there's any news on it. Nope, no news. I mean, you know, a lot of these are running fairly low float, 19.8 million in the float. I don't see any news from. I'm just looking again. All I'm doing is looking at headlines in Interactive Brokers. I don't see anything for the last week in terms of a reason why this would be moving at all. Check our news. All right. Well, okay. Occufire Pharma Rally gathers steam post results. Okay. Well, maybe there was some news on that. That was on the 13th, and maybe it's just continuation. Oh, I see. So what they're saying here, this is post their Q4. So when was Q4? Their earnings release. Let's take a look. Yeah, March 30th. So all they're saying is that, you know, it's obviously on March 30th, which is right March. What am I doing? March. So right there is March 30th. You see that little green candle here on the daily chart. So it had a little bit of a pop, and I guess from there, you know, the stock has increased. How do we get B plus historical returns? What do you mean by that? You mean, are you talking? I don't know what you mean by that exactly. You talk about in this calendar here that we've got? Like, are you talking about your simulated trading and things like that? Or your actual, if you're connected to IB or E-Trade? What do you mean by that? So are you talking about your last Friday's returns? And you're talking from within E-Trade then. So you traded E-Trade, you traded using E-Trade, using B plus, and now you want to see your historical returns or what happened, your trades. Is that what you mean? Using B plus? Because I have a feeling the calendar doesn't work for live trading, if that's what you're talking about. It does work for the simulated trading, but I don't think it works for live trading. Let me just confirm that. Give me a moment. I don't think, I think I've read somewhere where, or not read, but you guys were talking about it a while back, the same sort of question. Let me make sure of that. I just asked the question, okay? Yeah, it's only for the simulator. Okay. Okay, Siri, sorry. How do you delete multiple? Okay, well, okay, you're talking about staying in the chart, because you know when you leave the chart and you come back to it, or you leave the symbol and come back to it, they all go. You probably know that, right? So, but let's see what happens. Now, I'm in this. Let me see what happens. Hmm. Maybe that I can't do anchored VWAP in this. So let me move this off. Okay, let me try it here. Okay, so here are a couple, and I'll do one more from the top, maybe right there. Ah, okay, so here are some anchored VWAPs. Okay, so let's see what happens if I go up to it. Usually, what happens is if they I would think there'd be a way to delete them. I mean, if I leave this chart, it'll and I reload, put another symbol in and come back to this, they will disappear. But I think what you're trying to do is, yeah, so usually what happens with these indicators is that, but I guess not for this one. There might be a way. I'm just right click and select it. Oh, okay. But there's no simple way. So Pepe, what I'm looking, there's no simple way that when you go up to the anchored VWAP, that all of a sudden, the icon changes and then you can left click and delete. Yeah. So, okay. So there's no simple way. The simplest way, if you don't want them at all, is just go to another symbol. Okay. And then retype the symbol and then go back into OCUP and they're gone. Okay. That's the VWAP. That's the VWAP. Okay. But the anchored VWAPs are gone. So there's no simple way to do it. Now, maybe with these HTML charts eventually, but I don't even see, they're not even available yet. Because I'm clicking on the anchor, which is the anchored VWAP, and they don't even appear to be available yet on these. Well, let's see what happens when I do that. No, they're not available yet. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. So I'm looking at Neo now. Let's see. I'm thinking of taking this one if it gets over 16 again. Just watching it right now, just hanging a little bit underneath 16. GMDA. Somebody asked, am I trading it? Didn't see it until right now. Wow. Oh, and it resumed. So it got halted at 112 and it resumed at 122, popped up and came right back down. Tough one to trade. Short, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, no shorts available for me for GMDA at Interactive Brokers. I mean, it still has room. Yeah. Again, I'm missing my dotted line. So, oh, I know. So you click on this. So the high was, oops, high was 497. Okay. So the high was 497. And up here, the high is 863. So, I mean, this still has room. Oh, wait a minute. What's the high here? Yeah, 440. So this still, if it can get back up to the high of 5 for PRSW, this still has some room. So it could be watched tomorrow. I mean, if it closes near 5, it could have another run tomorrow because again, the next high is 863 on the weekly. And so this is this new way. So you click, again, this is this new chart. I'm trying the HTML chart I'm trying out. I actually like it better with the pop-up box. It's a little harder because before, you'd hover over this and you'd have to read on the top. So I kind of like this, the box popping up, and it'll stay there until you double left click again. Look at CFRX now, guys. CFRX. Okay, it's just all right. CFRX. I think I've got. Oh, I know what I've got. I got two charts here. Okay, so CFRX. So held a VWAP 284, and now it's starting to pop, and the high. Oh, this is the old chart. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Get rid of that. File, load from cloud. I know I saved it. Oh no, didn't save it. Sure I did. Well, I could have sworn I saved it, but just give me a moment. I know where to load it again. I know I'm talking to myself. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to load these charts that I was given to try. Okay, so just give me a moment. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So anyway, the CFRX, yeah, I mean, it's got some, still got some, has some room, I guess. What's the green screen? What is the green screen? Top left most. Top left most. Top left is here. This is the Brokerage Plus screen, but that's not green. Why you're not seeing my screen? I don't know. You might just try to do a refresh, okay? Uta, try to go, excuse me, try to do a refresh because I'm still sharing. Yeah, this is somebody in our main room. Oh, next. Oh, this one. This is a race. Okay, this is a race, a series racing on sectors. So this is just racing on the major sectors. I am sharing a couple of other races. Thought I would just display this because I'm not using the races as much as I used to before because I'm more back into using alert windows, but I am sharing a couple of races that actually are based on momentum. But if you want to know more about races, give me a moment. Okay, so if you want to know more about races, just click on my homepage link that I put in the YouTube room. And give me a moment. Get rid of all those bookmarks. Okay. And so what you'll see, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you get to the education section. Click here. Wait for it to load. Go to the user guide. And then you'll see TI stock racing. And click on that. And there are 4 videos. You really explain it well. And then also this race startup and configuration. This is clickable. So it's all in there. Okay. I'm still watching this Neo, guys. I'd love to see a big break over 16. Look at, yeah, CFRX is definitely on the move here. CFRX is definitely on the move. All right, 123. I am going to do my video now. So what time is it? 123, 124. So I'll be back certainly no later than 134. Should be sooner than that, but just in case. Eastern time, of course. Okay, so I'll be muting myself. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, no, it's not Lambo. It is not. Well, first of all, I'm not really using the races like I used to before, but it's not just showing. It's showing what's moving now, not just the biggest movers in general. It's showing what's moving now. Okay. Remember, every race starts off like every symbol starts off this at the well, the starting line. When the race starts, whatever symbol, whatever stock is moving the most now is what you're going to see. It's not necessarily, and that stock that's moving now does not necessarily have to be the biggest mover of the day, but it's what is moving now. So there's a big difference. I may bring back one of the races. I just don't want to confuse. I'd rather see the momentum. I really like the races, but I guess I don't know. I kind of got. I kind of like the real time alerts, kind of nagging at me, telling me when something is near the high of the day. It's just a style now for me, or personal preference, I guess. Now, when I was doing my look at the CFRX, holy smokes! I was talking about it. It was at 330. Pops up to what 394 or so. So again, Lambo Larry, I mean, the purpose of the top list before were exactly like that. You want to see the stock that is, moved the most today in terms of its close of yesterday or what's moved since the open today. Yeah, you can rank the stocks. You'll see them. You'll see the ones that, if you sort them with the ones that move the most right at the top, sure, you'll see those, but that doesn't mean that those stocks are moving right now. So that's what the races do. It'll show you the stocks that are moving right now. Again, and they don't necessarily have to be even close to the high of the day or the biggest mover of the day. All right, guys. Now maybe I'll start to do some anchoring. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Neo back over 16. I'm not a big swing trader, but look at this. I mean, there's definitely look at that room on the weekly chart and the daily chart. Actually, you don't even have to go to the weekly chart. Just look at the room on the daily chart. The high is 1713. The high in the weekly is 1747, but that high of 1713, that's good enough for me, even as a day trade, guys. So I'm definitely interested in this NEO. Or the CBAY. This is sneaky, just sneaky. Look at this. I mean, the CBAY at 1010 was at 951. Okay. Now, what did it do from there? Not much. I shouldn't say that. I mean, it hung there, and then look at the pop, a little pullback, pop, little pullback, pop. Now, I would think that 10 is going to be tough to get through, but not bad from 951 to 989. I mean, a great percentage move. Not straight up, but not bad. Meanwhile, what is this market doing? Wow, look at these bottoming tails on the SPY. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on the SPY. Real choppy. I mean, the trend is, well, it's up, but you've got all these bottoming tails and topping tails in this last couple of hours. And of course, you had them all up here. Now, NEO it's Neophotonics, right? And what is it? This is one little, to do it a couple of times before it brings it up. Testing laboratories, clinical laboratory, cancer. Okay, so it's not a bio as such. Okay, it's in the sector, but it's not a bio. And why I say that, I mean, if you're looking to swing something like this, I don't think Steve normally would pick a bio to swing. Now I saw this in the pre-market. Not K, but CADL. Saw it do this. CADL saw it do this, popping up to what $2, all the way back down to $1.40. Maybe making a move, a little bit of a move here. It's 16 million in the float, so it's not crazy low like we're getting used to, but certainly not high. Okay, guys, too bad. I thought AQN might have a little more room. It doesn't, as a short. To me, it doesn't have that much room. Looks okay on a 15, but look at the daily. To me, it looks like it could stall around 836 or so, 20 cents away. Yeah, medical service, but not a bio in which you think that, oh my gosh, they're going to come up with horrible test results. So yeah, as a medical service, I don't view it the same way as I would as a true pharma. We're talking about Neo. Yeah, and Annex, well, wow, 650 down to 491. What happened to Annex? ANIX 36. I mean, this is at 135. They presented data. Is that today? Yeah, 135 today. Maybe earlier, but and maybe that's what happened. It was presented actually earlier. I'm just sort of seeing this as a, and obviously, but usually when they present data, they're pretty sure. I mean, why would they go and present negative data? But anyway, this is just getting hammered now. ANIX getting hammered. It's too bad because I wish there was more room underneath. Hey guys, I'm just sort of looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything interesting is happening. Boy, this annex. Anybody spot this annex on that first move down? I mean, it's not trading very much, 370,000 total. So, even up to that point, it really wasn't trading that much. This is the biggest volume bar of the day on that 15-minute chart at 85,000 so far. Well, certainly there was the big one this morning on the M&A was the RXDX. RXDX. That put a shot into that sector. Yeah, what's going on? Bought by Merck, MRK. What a premium they pay, 69%. So imagine on Friday, people are in this one, $112, and they wake up this morning to $193. Christmas would come early. Wow, I mean, amazing, isn't it? That's a huge premium. And then there were some other ones, a little STCSA, but I don't understand that one. And then another one, BLBX was a merger, some kind of a merger, BLBX. See what it's doing. Yeah, I mean yeah, so I don't know what the terms or if it's even going to go ahead. But this went absolutely crazy on that news, got up to $12, basically now cut in half. And then the STSA, sort of the same as this BLVX. I sworn we saw that it was a 90 at 91 cents. So why it popped up, I'm not understanding something. See, this is what I don't get. Maybe I don't know if William's here, but all the common outstanding shares for 91 cents a share, along with one non-tradable, whatever, et cetera. I don't know how that affects, the stock price here. The only thing I can think of is that people looked at this maybe and saw the 577. They didn't see the 91 cents and they started bidding it higher and higher. Then all of a sudden they went, whoops, it's only 91 cents. And so that's why it cratered. I don't know. Okay, so that is the provisional. So you would add that to the 91 cents? Is that how that works, Tank? You would add the 57 cents to the 91 cents? Okay. Well, they're certainly discounting it now, down to 109. Okay, guys, Neo. Okay, so now what I'd be doing here, guys, is, I mean, this is a pretty big list. Again, I know I've said this today a few times. This is a very big list for the 10-day daily breakout, okay? So what I'd be doing now is start to take a look at them and see whether or not they're setting up at all again. So look at KWE as an example. So KWE, the original alert was at 317 and it popped up. I mean, great percentage move, popped up to what, 344 or so. And now it is pulled back. So I'd be putting an alert back at, 317 and see if it takes it out again later on. So low float, anything can happen. All of a sudden, if the enthusiasm comes back and you see the volume coming in, so that's what I'm going to do. Just put an alert at 317. And see if it happens later. If it doesn't, no harm. And take a look at the MCRB. Yeah, this to me is more like a short, believe it or not. Boy, if it takes out this 646, I'm going to stick an alert right there. If it keeps moving down like this and takes out that low, I mean, it came from 6. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Now look at this one, guys. Look at VTYX. VTYX. Look at the break it's made on the 15-minute chart out of this consolidation and on volume. And then when you look left, what do we see here? High is 33.79. A little bit of room, but if you know the better level, if it can make it, is almost 35, right up here in that level. So something caused a little, because look at the volume. It's not just about the pop, remember, it's about the volume that caused this pop. I actually like this on the new charts here. Again, they're not available, guys, so don't ask. But so instead of hovering, when you hover over the candle, instead of having to sort of read on the top what the highs, lows, the volumes are for the different candles, you just left click and this will pop up. Okay, and you know, obviously, if your chart's big enough, then you can really easily read this. And now you can just kind of scroll through, and you want to get rid of it, you just left click. I like it. I like that. Now, why would BLBX be worth watching right now? Take a look. Yeah, I see this. Yeah, sort of a bit of a base here, very low float. I'm assuming this FTech is a private company, not publicly traded. I'm assuming. All right, guys. Well, it's been a pretty fast day for me for a Monday. Sometimes Mondays can drag on a little bit, but there's certainly been a lot of action all morning. Now let's see what's happening with this SPY here. We're starting to get a big red candle here. What's the float for Neo? Look at the float for Neo. See if it's Okay, so it's a big float, so it shouldn't be crazy. You're not going to get the massive gains, but remember, these are designed for longer term holds. And this is the trade of the week. So you can see right now, there hasn't been a 10-day daily breakout since 10:59, the last one, and a breakdown since 9:49. So doesn't mean stocks haven't moved from those from the breakouts, but no new ones. Give me a moment, please, guys. Okay, what time is it? 1:58. I'm just going to put myself on mute for about 5 minutes, so I should be back by about 2:03. For about 5 minutes. Guys, I'm back. Let's take a look at MCRB now. MCRB, it's on the way down. Remember, I was thinking maybe this should turn into a short. MCRB. That's why the alert happened. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little distracted. Something else is going on here. So take a look at this MCRB. MCRB. This could be a bit of a short op here. What's the VWAP is 654, so it's underneath the VWAP. I can't do any anchoring on this, so I'm going to do it on my Whoops, what's happening here? Spy. Okay, I'm definitely watching this MCRB, guys. If the market can, not that I think it really tracks the market that much, but this MCRB just looks kind of weak to me. 636 is the next low, and then way down here is 6. So I'm going to keep an eye on this MCRB as a potential short. Yeah, so Zama, I don't have, or do I? No, I don't have the Doc Momentum DR, okay? I just have the DRs just stands for don't repeat. And you can do it yourself. I'll show you how you can do it yourself if you want. Don't repeat, just DR just stands for don't repeat. So what happens is if I go back, this is probably a great example. Look at PRST. Okay, so the first alert happened at 9:30. The price was 229. If I go back, this is the repeat. This is the typical way in which the data is displayed. Every time PRST made a new high, you would see it, all the way up, 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 up. But this is the first time, so you can kind of go back in time and say, okay, met all the requirements at 9:30. The price was 229. What did it do from there? Okay, so actually, if I click on the actual alert, you will see a blue arrow, depending on what time frame you're looking at. This is a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart, you'd see the blue arrow on the candle of the 5-minute chart. But now you can see visually, well, what did it do from that first alert? Okay, so what I've got on my homepage is this scan here, the momentum scan. If you want, it's really simple. So if you've got this, I can show you how you can create the don't repeat if you want. Not necessary, but I like it because again, I can look at this one, MLTX, and I can say, okay, 2134. So far, it hasn't moved. Okay, VYTX or VTYX at 140. The alert was at 3305. What did it do? Not bad. From 3305, it got up to 3334. Nothing. Is that right? Sorry, 3356. Not bad. Okay. So, I mean, are you interested in creating your own DR or do you care? I mean, that's really boils down to. Okay, so all you do is this. Let me break this out because this is what you would see. Duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, so this is what you see. It's nice and free floating. So what you do is duplicate the window, assuming you still want to see, and I do, I want to see the stock as it, makes new highs and all that. But duplicate the window that I have. It's called the Momo window. Duplicate it. Okay, here it is. And then right click, go to properties, hover over properties. You'll get this little pop up. And then there's something called don't repeat. Okay, and now you have your different time frames you can choose from. So if you check the don't repeat, now you can see this is a drop down menu, 1 minute, 5, 15, 30, 1 hour. And what I do is for the day. Okay, and I say okay. And then what I'll do is I'll give this a new name so I don't confuse it with, this is called Momentum Up. So I just give it a new name, right click, configure, summary, and right here in the window name, now I can give it a new name and I just call it DR for me. I know DR stands for don't repeat. So did that make sense? I can do it again. I have many like that. This I am sharing, the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. So when you go to my home page, you will actually see the don't repeat for both, all of them. Don't repeat on the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakout. And that's how I like to organize it, just side by side. Because the other nice thing to do is, take a look at these, and click on them later on in the day, see what's happening. Maybe they're setting up again in a different way, stuff like that. This Wint was absolutely insanely crazy early, all the way up to 18 something. Who knows? I mean, it's been, giving it up, giving most of it up, but you just never know. Maybe if, it pops over 10 again on some volume, maybe it has a run again. Just don't know. How did this thing sneak in here? No, it's track track plus at 00. How many zeros? 0017. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:13. So not a heck of a lot happening for me right now. Continuing to watch the Neo just in case it starts to really run off 16. Other than that, I'm not. The C-Bay getting closer and closer to 10. High was the next high looking left on the weekly is 10:05. Actually, I like that way better. Being able to click on just left click on the candle and you get the little pop up, easy to read. Again, this is not available yet for you guys. I'm just testing it for so that we eventually, when we have our test drive, these charts will be perfect. I don't anticipate a test drive until maybe June, though. Okay, guys, what did the annex do wow, not bad. I mean, look at this, 504. I thought, we're so late. I mean, obviously late to take full advantage of the drop from 650, but even here at 504 to get down to 473, it's not bad. Tough spread though. I'm looking right now. Yeah, 475, 491. Pretty tough to commit. Okay, so this PLRX continues to move a little bit here, guys. PLRX. Yeah, so we're missing that dotted line. I mean, I've already told them about that. Missing that dotted line that really can show you looking left where the next highs are. So that has to be fixed. Okay, guys, any questions? I'm sort of, oops, get rid of my message anyway. All right, so the next high for this Domo, isn't Domo considered an AI play? Didn't they do something, have put AI in their in a press release or something? I may be wrong. Well, business intelligence software, there we go. So yes, Domo arigato, Mr. Robot. Yes. Ooh, KRBP. Now that was a big flyer in the pre-market. Look at this thing, crater now. I think it is not shortable for me. Yeah. E-Man is a comic from the 70s. Never heard of it. Boy, this has still got room. If you had shorts for this one, this KRBP, the next low looking left is 336. The stock is at 455. If you, I don't have shorts available. Okay, guys, I know I put myself on mute normally around 340 or 245. I'm just not seeing too much right now. I'm not getting anything new. So if you have any questions, Drama, Dr. DRMA is making another move higher, guys. DRMA, another new high. The next high looking left, what did it do on Friday? 180 was the high, so it's at that high. The next high over here is 249. 249. So there is some room for DRMA. Man, I should have. Well, I guess we should have shorted Annex, guys. That would have given us, about 30 cents on a $5 stock. Not bad. Okay, so MCRB did not drop. I was waiting on this to see if it would drop. I was going to look at it, shorting it, but actually now it's starting to move. No volume though. There's really no volume. So yeah, I was looking at this, thinking, well, if the market, well, I don't think it has anything to do with the market really, but drama keeps going here, guys. Drama has some room. DRMA, as pointed out before, the high up here is in the pre-market was 208, so it's got room to there maybe, but more importantly, on the daily chart, 249 is the next high on the daily chart. Never mind what happened in the pre-market. That is DRMA. Another crazy low float. Let's check another source to see what that float is. If it is somewhat in the same ballpark. So another site has it at 2 million. Okay, so I don't know why we have these differences, but anyway, still very, very low. 2 million is very, very low. And it's continuing to move here. Okay, so trends question in our YouTube room. Which one would be safe to buy? It's up to you. I mean, I'm not an investment advisor. DFLI, SAI, KWE, all very speculative. Okay, so there's no such thing as which one would be safe to buy. I mean, I can't say, well, DFLI would be safe to buy because there is no answer to that question. Okay, and it really depends on, we have no idea what's going to happen with this. I mean, KWE, no idea. And the SAI, I mean, SAI has no reason for doing what it did on Friday. It's just an AI play because it's got AI in the name, So what is safe? It's impossible to know. I mean, none of them are safe. They're all highly, highly speculative. So there's no such thing as like any one of them being what I would call safe. Okay. All right. You're just talking about the CTLT. Wow. William, you're just talking about the CTLT. And yeah, look at this. Oh, I see. So you actually made a spelling error, or yeah, because it said now taking them over, not taking them over, not taking them over. Couldn't quite figure out why would it be being hammered down. So that's what you're talking about. They're shelving their takeover pursuit of Catland. It's amazing how one little letter changes everything. Yeah. So, but that must have been a rumor on Friday too, right? Must have been. Because why did it drop so much on Friday also? Boy, a lot of shares available also, 5.7 million at Interactive Brokers. So this, so I guess maybe, like, when was the interest? Was it back here? And had the little pop up here? Ah, sorry, guys, I got a new phone and I'm been a couple little crazy things happening, so I've been kind of playing around as I'm waiting for the something to happen. Boy, that Annex, wow, that still had some room. Now it's coming into the 200-day moving average, 442. You know, there was the alert at 504. I mean, 442. So even though we thought, ah, man, we've missed, a $2 move, that still moved 50 cents on a $5 stock. That's a big percentage move. Straight down too. Yeah, there were a lot of shares too, 233,000 at Interactive Brokers. So I'm sure most brokers have shares available for Annex to short. Now the CTLT just opened and continues down. Well, where could it stall here? The low here is 41.11. That's on the weekly chart. The low here is 42.12. Looks like that's the next low for CTLT, 42.12 on the weekly chart. No, I'm not an Apple guy. No, I got the new Galaxy S23 Ultra. I've been Samsung. I've had Samsung phones forever. Samsung phones forever. Ah, it's great. It's great. I mean, I just got it yesterday, so I'm still kind of playing around with it, but yeah, it's great. Tremendous resolution. Not that battery life is that big a deal to me, but I've had this thing open, not really used it extensively, but I've had it open, okay, for how long now? For 7, 8 hours, and I'm still at 94%. So battery life is, I think, really good. 30-inch screen. Not quite. Not quite. 6.8. It's pretty big. Has a pen. I like the pen. I know we're getting away. I know we're getting away from stock, but I had the Note 10 Plus or whatever for 2.5 years. I thought it was an awesome phone, but my wife said, "I'm getting you a new phone. You should get a new phone." So I said, "Okay." Well, it's funny, Denver. You know what? I rarely use the pen, but every now and then I say, "Man, am I glad I had a pen." Oh, I thought, I mean, you're right. It's not like it's often used for me, but I do use it every now and then. When I do use it, I think, "Man, I'm ever glad I had a pen." But you're paying. Well, the other thing too, though, is that the Ultra is the biggest screen, and that's what I wanted. I always want the biggest screen. Look at the Spy, guys. We've got some decent. We've got some big action on the Spy right now. Some big action. Wiping out. Yeah, look at this. I looked at the photo at the foldable one. And I didn't like it. It's called the Flex or whatever it's called. I just didn't like it. All right. Well, if Shady is still in ROIV, he is happy guy. Let's take a look at the next high looking left. 873 is the next high looking left for ROIV. Hey guys, and guess where I bought my phone? Yeah, no, Stan knows. Of course I bought it. Of course I got it at Best Buy. I'm in Canada, number one, so Verizon is not here. But no, of course. How could I not go to Best Buy to get my phone? MINM? Oh yeah, you're right. Right up here, MINM. Isn't this the one that William take a little bit of this? Yeah, no kid. Look at that's more than a pop, guys. That is a surge. Now, this is not a lot of volume. 321,000. And look at this on this candle right here. And I bet if I went to a 5 minute, I'd even see less. Let's see. A 5 minute candle. Yeah, I mean, look at this. So I'll go back to the 15. So 214,000 shares on this candle right here, and it's only traded 334 for the whole day. I mean, just look. So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, oh, it was MMV. I knew there was something with a couple of M's in it. Good for you, Shady. I know you were looking at ROIV earlier. Is it a reverse split? As in, Is it today? That's your question, really, isn't it? Because I see it on the 3rd. Yeah, today's the reverse split. April 17th. You're right. Look at this. But this is real. I mean, this is not, sometimes our provider doesn't account for the reverse split, but this is real. So now what was it, 25 to 1, 1 for 25? So there are only going to be about a million in the float, only about a million shares in the float. Now I'm sure is it getting halted? It's got to be halted, right? Got to be halted. I'm just looking, there's no action. It's 410, 411. It's there it is. So it just got halted. So this is a little unusual, the day of the reverse split and with no news at all that, they would do this. A little bit unusual. Goods? Is that you? Goods? It is. Oh my goodness, Goods. How are you? Haven't seen you for a long time. Well, and how is it that you're gracing our room today? Good. Well, always appreciated you when you're in the room. I can't remember the last time I saw you here. I do remember, Alex. Yep, I do remember. But this is unusual. This is unusual for it to do really nothing. I mean, it's not trading very much. Kid ourselves, not trading very much. But this is unusual without any news at all for it to do something like this. So something, unless something has been leaked in terms of those that know, because usually it'll take a couple of days and then maybe they'll come up with some news and you get all this crazy activity with these reverse splitters. Yeah, so something happened to CTLT. Yeah. So what happened is that the company was looking to buy them and they've now said no. That's basically in a nutshell for the CTLT. The DHR Danaher was set and it's set to shelf. Well, it should be shelve their takeover pursuit. I guess no, to shelf. Okay. So anyway, I would have said shelve. So that's the reason. Okay, guys, sorry, internal discussion. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I will put myself on mute. I am here. And so if you have any questions, definitely ask, but I am going to put myself on mute. And what this allows me to do also to do a couple of things on my own. And but again, I'm here. Look at the Neo, guys. Keep an eye on the Neo. If this closes strongly, this could be something to really consider. I know it's the trade of the week, and the trigger was 1575, so it is above the trigger price. All right, so I'll hop back right back on the mic if there's a question. Okay, so definitely, if you have a question, don't be shy. I'm putting myself on mute. Wow, there goes PRST, excuse me, PRST again. I think that's what I was hearing, running up, PRST again. That five, and now remember well, I was talking about this. I mean, 863 is the next high. Looking left on that weekly chart. So this could have, well, could have. I mean, we're already in the last hour. This could have one of those classic late day runs. I mean, I know it's up 269%, but look at the volume coming in. I mean, look at that. Yeah, good volume. What time is it now? 3 o'clock. So that was okay. That was the 230 candle that caused the pop. Let's see if there's any additional volume coming in, because that volume bar right there, I mean, except for the 1 o'clock one, that was the biggest one since 1045. Well, keep an eye on another 5 break for this PRST. NEO is looking good, guys. NEO is looking good. Boy, look at this high over here on that weekly, 863. Presto Automation, what the heck do they do? I'm sure, obviously, it should be a Mac. All right. It's an AI. It's an AI. Okay. So anyway, they create magical productivity technologies for restaurants, including a generative voice AI product solution that automates drive-throughs for some of the nation's largest chains. That's a fairly old company, 2008, but it's magical productivity. This could, I mean, this could have a run tomorrow. Are you kidding me? SI earnings are tomorrow? Well, let's see what SI is doing. What is SI doing? The only thing I'm noticing here is ooh, not, oops. Okay, William, well, there, I put a price alert there for you. CTLT. You said you wanted to take it if it got to, I think, 44.27. So I put a price alert for you. There you go. Now, whether you take it long now, that of course is up to you. But all right, I wanted to load this SI to see what's happening with it. Yeah, such as it is, right? Such as it is, earnings tomorrow, or such as they are going to be. The PRST guys, this is looking. And there's a CBay. Man, oh man, have we had some great. Look at this CBay again. It's been relatively. Yeah, I mean, look at this. We talked about this one earlier. CBay. So 951. Little pullback, little base, another pop. I was skeptical that it would take out 10, but look at this. So yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait for tomorrow to see what sort of alerts we get. My biggest problem is I can't focus on. Sometimes I'm drawn away from things, but I mean, these are just wonderful alerts on the 10-day daily breakout or the 10-day daily breakdown today on the breakout side. And it's not like the market is ripping, so it's got nothing to do with the market. Well, I don't think there's a typical Yi Jiang. I don't think there's a typical. I mean, if it's still strong, some of and some of these runners you won't have shorts available. Now, I don't know who your broker is, but a lot of times these runners are very low float situations, and many brokers won't have shorts available. Now, if you've got Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, you may have shorts available, but it'll probably cost you a pretty penny. So most of the time on these runners, I'm always looking for ways to, like even if they pull back, ways to get back in. So, okay, so Cobra has a reputation for having shorts, but that's up to you. That has to be part of your trading plan. It's really hard to, short tops and play bottoms. I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world. You know, unless you're an experienced trader trying to short tops and play bottoms, not easy. Okay, guys, so now, okay, so now that that PRST, okay, so Yang, Jang, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. So you're in the YouTube room. I mean, you can just go to our channel, but if you want to be in the more the main room, what I call the main room, there's more activity. This is the link for it, but you have to, but there's no URL to save, okay? You've got to go, I have to do the same thing. You have to go to our homepage and click on the trading room and go through. I have 6 clicks for me to get into the main room every day. Takes the grand total of about 8 seconds, but yeah, so there's no one click and you're in the main room. But if you want to be, and this is what the main room or the main room looks like, there's more, well, yeah, there's just more traders in the room. Okay. Oh, I agree, Denver. I mean, yeah, even if you're an experienced trader, shorting strength and buying weakness is not easy. I rarely do it. You know, it's just not easy. I mean, it looks, after the fact, you think, wow, look at that big pop, they got up here and then now look at it drop. I mean, there are, I mean, if a stock maybe breaks down through the VWAP, and you let it go down below the VWAP a little bit and maybe put a stop at the VWAP, I mean, there are ways, I suppose, but still not easy. Not easy at all. I don't see you unless you're using a different name, Yi Yang. Unless you're using a different name, I don't see you in the main room. You're not you're in the YouTube room, and nothing wrong with staying there, but it's not what I call the main room. There are more traders in the other room and more interaction amongst traders. Oh, I see. Okay, there you are. Now I see. Okay. So you have to do again, in order to get into this room every day, you're going to have to do what you just did. There's no one click to get in. So now the CBAY for tomorrow. Let's take a look and see what might happen with CBAY. I mean, this has got some room, guys. I mean, I'm not, again, understand, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade and swing it, but looking at this one right now, we got to go back to June of 2019, so almost 4 years ago, before we start seeing these highs, 1249. So, I mean, I don't know. Is that really going to be any resistance? So this should be watched tomorrow to see if there's any sort of continuation. No, it's anything, Yi. It's not low floats. It's anything. It just happens that a lot of the things that, of course, really move. How can a stock really move unless it's a low float? Typically, you're not going to get stocks moving 100%, 200%. Not, I mean that's out of the norm too. But 40 or 50% unless it is a low float. So here in the momentum scan that I've got, because of the nature of this scan, a lot of them will happen to be low floats. It's not that I've restricted the float. It's just that, they happen to be low floats. But look at the CTLT as an example, 173 million in the float. I mean, and that went from what, 49 down to 42. So it's not all low floats, but a lot of them, of course, are going to be, just because how can something move so quickly unless it is a low float? Not so quickly, but percentage wise. Whoa, WW, boy, WW, surprising, guys. Okay, so this is the big Goldman one from last week, or was it last week or Friday of the week before? Regardless, still hanging in there. And they put a $13 price target on them, on WW. It hasn't been easy. I mean, look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, on the daily chart. So it's not like it's been sort of like a steady flow up, a pause, even a little pullback is okay. And then it's, another nice move. These have been a little bit whippy intraday, or this has been a little bit whippy intraday. All right, guys. So typically this is about when I start shutting down the room. Are there any other questions? And just so people know, the room is open. I open the main room before, well, no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So you guys can chat amongst yourselves for an hour. I get on the mic at 9 for all the rooms, sharing my screen live on the mic. Okay, so let me get my script together. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so have a great evening. And you know what I'm going to be doing tonight? Have a great evening, everybody. And depending on what happens tonight, that'll determine my mood for tomorrow. So we'll see you tomorrow. Again, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And I'll shut down the main room, or the YouTube room now. You too, Alex.